The House will be in order. The chair lays before the House a communication from the Speaker.
The Speaker's Rooms, Washington, D.C., September 20th, 2023. I hereby appoint the Honorable Glenn Thompson to act as Speaker pro tempore on this day. Signed, Kevin McCarthy, Speaker of the House of Representatives.
Pursuant to the order of the House of January 9, 2023, the chair now recognizes member from lists submitted by the majority and minority leaders for the morning hour debate. The chair will alternate recognition between the parties with time equally allocated between the parties and each member other than the majority and minority leaders and the minority whip limited to 5 minutes. But in no event shall debate continue beyond 11:50 a.m. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Kansas, Mr. LaTurner, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to express my appreciation for the men and women at the Defense POW MIA Accounting Agency. These Americans work tirelessly to provide the fullest possible accounting for the 81,000 service members who remain missing from past conflicts. Earlier this year, scientists from the DPAA used dental and anthropological analysis as well as chest radiograph comparison to positively identify the remains of United States Army Air Force Staff Sergeant Wesley "Bub" Leon Jones. Staff Sergeant Jones was killed in action during Operation Tidal Wave when his B-24 bomber was shot down by enemy forces over Romania in 1943. His remains have been unidentified for more than 80 years. Thanks to the DPAA, World War II veteran and proud Kansan Wesley Jones has finally returned home to Wichita and was laid to rest on Saturday. I'm grateful for the historians, anthropologists, technicians, doctors, and scientists at the DPAA who are fighting every day to bring our heroes home. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to address the greatest threat currently facing the United States of America, the Chinese Communist Party. Communist China, led by President Xi, is buying up American farmland, stealing our intellectual property, investing in our educational institutions, and spying on our most critical military installations. Make no mistake, the time of trusting and welcoming China into the global system is over. Pushing back against the CCP aggression is not partisan. I'm proud that my colleagues on both sides of the aisle came together to create the Bipartisan Select Committee on China to counter President Xi's efforts to undermine American leadership. It's vital that we put forward solutions to end our economic dependence on China, bring our jobs and supply chains back home to the United States, and make certain that our military is equipped to defend American interests and sovereignty. The Chinese Communist Party is knocking at our doorstep, and this threat is becoming more urgent every single day. It's crucial that President Biden starts leading with strength on the world stage to ensure the United States of America remains a beacon of freedom and hope for millions of people around the world. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize one of Southeast Kansas's most treasured monuments, Big Brutus. Standing at 16 stories tall and weighing 11 million pounds, Big Brutus is the largest electric shovel of its kind. The colossal machine is a towering landmark on the otherwise flat land of West Mineral, Kansas. Here is a handmade wooden replica constructed by John Johnson. From 1963 to 1974, Big Brutus was in use for coal strip mining. In a day's work, Big Brutus could work at a speed of 0.22 miles per hour and lift 150 tons of coal in a bucket. This efficiency was revolutionary for its time and dramatically increased the success of coal mining in the region. The immortalization of this monument emphasizes the significance of Big Brutus in the development of engineering, but most importantly, it stands as a testament to Southeast Kansas and the strength and fortitude of the people who live there. As Big Brutus celebrates its 60th year, I want to commemorate the generation of miners in Southeast Kansas for their hard work and dedication. Mr. Speaker, I rise today in honor of the sesquicentennial year of the Chase County Courthouse, the oldest operational courthouse in Kansas. The courthouse construction began in 1871 and was completed in 1873. Each year, visitors from across the country visit the Chase County Courthouse to admire its architectural design, stonework, and spiral staircase. Standing at 113 feet tall, this iconic structure can be seen from many vantage points across the county and most prominently in the heart of Downwood Cottonwood Falls. Unmatched in durability and design, the courthouse remains a living tribute to its builders and the Flint Hills pioneers who envisioned a courthouse that would stand and be of service to its residents for well over a century. I want to congratulate the county commissioners, members of the committee, and the entire Chase County community as they prepare to celebrate 150 years of their historic courthouse. Mr. Speaker, thank you, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Maryland, Mr. Hoyer, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, when Vladimir Putin and his autocratic regime launched their brutal, criminal invasion of Ukraine in February of last year, many people predicted that the Ukrainians would throw down their arms and surrender within days. 18 months later, however, burnout husks of Russian tanks litter the Ukrainian countryside. Blue and gold flags fly proudly over Kiev, Kherson, Lyman, and other towns held or liberated by Ukrainian forces. Russian soldiers surrender, desert, and dodge conscription in droves. Meanwhile, defenders of democracy stand firm, with Ukrainian courage in their hearts and Western weapons in their hands. Ukrainians stand strong because Americans and Brits and Danes and Germans and French and other freedom-loving peoples around the world stand united behind them. That unity, my friends, is crucial now more than ever, as the war-mongering dictators of the world, Vladimir Putin, Kim Jong-un, and Xi Jinping, have all come together. We are locked in a struggle between freedom and fascism, democracy and despotism, might and right. The war in Ukraine is that struggle manifest. President Zelensky returns to our capital this week, tomorrow, to remind us that the fate not only of this sovereign democratic nation, but of the free world, hinges on this conflict. He recognizes that our international cooperation to preserve democracy depends on our cooperation here in the Congress of the United States. Democrats and Republicans have found consensus on the issue in the past, securing vital military and humanitarian aid for Ukraine. We must keep working in a bipartisan fashion to ensure that the Ukrainians receive whatever tools and resources they need to succeed on the battlefield. Because only the great arsenal of democracy, as we said during the World War II, can vanquish an axis of evil. I echo what President Truman and the Congress said to the Congress in 1952 when trying to secure further aid for a war-torn Europe. He said this: "If through inaction we desert the cause of democracy, the democratic hope may be exterminated in broad areas of this earth. We must not let that happen." President Truman called on Congress, as I urge you now, add powerful momentum to the democratic counteroffensive, which inspires in the people of the world a sense of their own destiny as free men and women. We have built up that momentum steadily over the last year and a half. Imagine how much more it will grow in the months ahead if the free world maintains its resolve, if this Congress maintains its resolve. When President Zelensky arrives in our Capitol corridors tomorrow, he should not have to plead for more support. Instead, we ought to show him that we are committed to doing whatever it takes to ensure that action prevails over inaction, that democracy triumphs over autocracy, and the Ukraine emerges victorious over Russia. Like the martyrs who gave their lives on the Lexington Common in 1775, in Kiev's Maidan in 2014, we will show the world that we will do everything to protect our democratic principles. If we are to defend democracy, Mr. Speaker, at home and around the world, if we are to defeat the despots, dictators, and dealers of destruction, then we, Ukraine, and the free world must stand as one. Our words supporting freedom will ring very hollow, if not coupled by our actions to defend freedom. As President Kennedy said, here and around the world. Let us defend the democracy that we hold so dear. I yield back the balance of my time.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Thompson, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, this week is Gold Star Family Remembrance Week. Every September, Gold Star Family Remembrance Week takes place on the week leading up to Gold Star Mother's Day, which has been observed by presidential proclamation since 1936 on the last Sunday of September. The Gold Star symbol first originated in 1917. When the United States began their involvement in World War I, families would hang banners to represent a family member in the armed services. If the family member died in combat, the family would change the banner from a blue star to a gold star. We'll never know the exact number of Gold Star families. However, according to the National Gold Star Family Registry, at least 472,251 fallen military members are registered by loved ones. At least 36,548 of those service members have been registered in my home state of Pennsylvania. As an Army dad, I'm blessed my son returned home. I'm aware that this is not the case for all families, and we must take the time to remember, respect, and honor the families of our fallen service members. To honor and remember our fallen service members and their families, I look forward to supporting efforts such as the Gold Star Family Remembrance Week. This week recognizes the loss and sacrifices of families in support of fallen members of the armed forces as well as veterans. Now, I look forward to supporting legislative efforts to honor this occasion and encourage fellow Americans to perform acts of community service and goodwill to honor these families. Our service members are the bravest among us. They answer the call to protect and defend our nation in times of war and in times of peace. And this important week is a time to remember the families of the brave men and women who paid the ultimate sacrifice while defending our freedom. Madam Speaker, let us all take a moment to remember that our freedom is not free. We cannot begin to imagine the loss and the pain that these families have experienced. Gold Star families have lost a loved one in the name of protecting our freedom, and they deserve our gratitude every day. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The chair now recognizes the gentlewoman from Michigan, Ms. Tlaib,
Madam Speaker,
for 5 minutes.
in his 22 years of service as the president of the American Federation of Teachers of Michigan, David Hecker has been consistent in his commitment to working families, our teachers, and our education system, especially public education. Mr. Hecker became a member of AFT in 1977 and has served as the AFT president in Michigan since 2001. AFT Michigan, Madam Speaker, has 35,000 members who are educators, healthcare providers, working in K through 12, and as well as immediate schools, community colleges, universities, and hospitals across the state of Michigan. During his tenure, AFT Michigan has organized many new locals representing thousands of new members, particularly in higher education and healthcare. Mr. Hecker is a lifelong labor leader committed to working families and worker rights and building a stronger labor movement. For many years, David has been a member of the Michigan State AFL-CIO, Metro Detroit's AFL-CIO's executive committees. I am blessed to call David a friend. Please join me in recognizing his 22 years of public service and commitment to improving the lives of teachers across Michigan as we wish him well in his retirement. I want to recognize Assistant Fire Chief and Melvindale City Council member Steve Densmore for his 27 years of service with the Dearborn Fire Department in Michigan's 12th District Strong. Assistant Fire Chief Densmore got his start in public service in 1996, Madam Speaker, and he was instrumental during many difficult times in our communities. He helped lead the effort with the COVID vaccine clinic, the handling of 2 federally declared disasters, and multiple commercial fires and other emergency and incidents. He has been recognized numerous times for saving lives and his commitment to our community. Over the course of his career, Assistant Chief Densmore showed his unwavering commitment through his achievements that include numerous certification programs and various rescue operations, techniques, and other technical programming. Assistant Chief Densmore has been an outstanding public servant. So please join me in recognizing his 27 years of commitment to protecting our families across Michigan's 12th districts as we wish him well in his retirement. Today, I want to recognize a dear friend, Rocio Ocampo, a community mother whose contributions, Madam Speaker, had an enormous impact on the families of Southwest Detroit as we honor her memory. I first met Rocio when I served in Michigan State House at a parent advocacy meeting at Phoenix School. I was instantly impressed by Rocio. She was tenacious, and she had a drive to pursue a better quality of life and a future for our children. She was involved in numerous community organizations, serving on the board of Urban Neighborhood Initiatives, as well as the City of Detroit's Property Assessment Board Review, as well as a Parent-Teacher Association member at her children's school. Rocio's active involvement in our community was marked by her dedication, not only to making it safer and a healthier place to live, but to making it a more beautiful place to thrive. Above all, Rocio loved her children and her grandchildren deeply. Her love extended out to the children of the neighborhood where she lived. She could always be counted on for a kind word, warmth, and generosity of spirit. Rocio Ocampo's vibrant presence will be sorely missed. Please join me in recognizing her contribution services as we honor her memory. Madam Speaker, I rise in recognition of Marcia Brune, a public servant, longtime resident of Detroit's Michigan 12th Congressional District. Her numerous outstanding contributions to the city, as well as the Grandmont-Rosedale community she calls home. Before settling in Detroit, Madam Speaker, in the Grandmont-Rosedale community, Ms. Brune lived all over the country. She developed her passion for community development when she volunteered with the Staten Island Citizens Planning Commission. And then the community engagement work she witnessed while later living in Los Angeles spurred her to return to school to complete her master's degree in urban planning. She used that experience and education over 22 years of service as the director of the Detroit Planning Commission. We were blessed, and really, really blessed, that she chose to live in our community in Detroit's North Rosedale Park neighborhood. She quickly became a champion of North Rosedale Park and the entire 5-neighborhood area that comprises of Grandmont-Rosedale. Ms. Brune has contributed immensely to strengthening housing and retaining and attracting small businesses that are the backbone of our community's corridor. So she spearheaded a capital campaign to revitalize North Rosedale Park Community House. So I want to thank Ms. Brune and recognize her dedication and thank her for her commitment.
Your time has expired.
Thank you.
Thank you. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Indiana, Mr. Pence, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise today to recognize fallen Johnson County Deputy Sheriff Tim Geyer, who passed away at Indiana's Law Enforcement Academy last month. Deputy Geyer was training at the academy and set to graduate just 2 weeks after he passed. We will never forget his service and sacrifice to our Indiana community, and I want to extend my deepest condolences to his loved ones. Madam Speaker, I rise today to speak about my recent visit to Rush Memorial Hospital in Rushville, Indiana. During the visit, we discussed the current state of rural health care and what can be done to improve it. I also got to meet and speak with the outstanding STAT flight team who delivered timely and critical care to those in need throughout the southern Indiana district. I recently enjoyed my visit at the hospital and want to thank the entire team at Rush Memorial Hospital for all they do and for their hospitality. Madam Speaker, I rise today to express my deep concern with President Biden's decision to hand over $6 billion to Iran, the largest sponsor of terrorism, as part of a random deal on the anniversary of 9/11. September 11 is a day where we should be remembering the Americans who lost their lives, honoring our first responders, and praying for the families that lost a loved one. The Biden administration's decision to broker a deal with terrorists on 9/11 is tone-deaf, shameful, and desecrates the day. Additionally, this deal emboldens our enemies, puts our nation's safety and security at risk, and will ultimately fund anti-American terrorist activities. It's time for President Biden to stand up to our adversaries and put America's interests first. Madam Speaker, I rise today to celebrate the opening of the new Department of Veterans Affairs Clinic in Shelbyville, Indiana. The clinic offers primary and mental health care, optometry services, and physical therapy. I want to thank the VA, the Director of Veteran Health Indiana, Michael Hirschman, the dedicated on-site clinical team, and Shelbyville Mayor Tom DeBain for their efforts in getting this new facility open to serve Hoosier veterans throughout Shelby County and beyond. Madam Speaker, I rise today to speak about my takeaways from a roundtable I attended with Hoosier stakeholders in Franklin, Indiana. At the roundtable, research universities such as Purdue University, Vincennes University, the state of Indiana, parking and mobility experts, and EV charging station developers joined together in Indiana's 6th District to share lessons learned and best practices for the electrification policy. We also discussed why the current timelines and excessive regulations of the Biden administration are far ahead of what is possible, practical, and, of course, affordable. This roundtable just further proved that it is time for the Biden administration to slow down their electrification or nothing approach. Madam Speaker, I rise to share my concerns about our nation's electric grid reliability. Our electric grid is on an unsustainable path, and if we do not change our direction now, we could be heading towards a catastrophic failure in the future. In fact, this month, for the first time ever, NERC has identified certain energy policies as the major threat to our grid's reliability. These policies include increased usage of electrical vehicles as well as reliance on wind and solar. Yet, the Biden administration and far-left Democrats continue to try to push their rush to green energy agenda and force electrification of everything from cars to stoves. It's past time for this administration to face reality and put our nation on a sustainable path forward to ensure the American people are able to keep their lights on. Madam Speaker, I rise today to raise my concerns about the command and control regulations in EPA's PM 2.5 rule. These regulations will only hurt Indiana's electric reliability, raise costs on Hoosier business, and hinder economic growth in our state. Additionally, at a time when companies are looking to reshore domestic manufacturing, this rule serves as a detriment to new investment. Overall, this rule is bad for Hoosiers and for all Americans. Madam Speaker, I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Frost, for 5 minutes.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to stand in solidarity with the nearly 150,000 United Auto workers who are bravely leading the fight for fair pay, better benefits, and safe working conditions. It is important that the industry support a contract that rewards auto workers for the sacrifices they have made and the profits they've built for these companies and our economy. Let's not forget that in 2008, these workers did their part. They stayed on the job, they kept manufacturing and production going while the government swooped in to keep the industry afloat. These workers didn't complain when we supported the big automakers, but now it's our turn to support them. The big three car manufacturers are experiencing record profits. Their CEOs are bringing home millions of dollars and 40% pay increases. That's right, 40% pay increases, while their workers cannot say the same. Generation Z, and something I'm very proud of, Generation Z is America's most pro-union generation, overwhelmingly supporting union workers time and time again. Now Congress needs to stand in solidarity with working people and do what's necessary in the struggle for what they deserve: fair wages, better benefits, and safe working conditions. I am proud to stand with the United Auto Workers. Madam Speaker, I rise today to congratulate the climate movement for a huge win today. President Biden has announced the creation of the American Climate Corps, which will train tens of thousands of young people to build the climate-friendly infrastructure we deserve and that we need. This is youth workforce development and will help us in many different issues, from gun violence to the economy. This transformational thinking is the policy and work that we deserve to save our planet and save humanity. Thank you to the youth-led movements that made moments like this possible, like the Sunrise Movement. Thank you to everyone who's championed this. This is a great step in the greater fight to protect humanity, to fight against the climate crisis, and to have a world that we deserve. The climate crisis is here, and the cost of not doing anything is far greater than the cost of taking bold action. Yes, in terms of dollars and cents, which is usually the way we think about things here in Congress, but I also think about the cost of human life and the cost of humanity. And so let's continue this fight together. Thank you. I yield back.
The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Nebraska, Mr. Bacon, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. In honor of Hispanic Heritage Month, I would like to recognize Blanca M. Hernandez Adame for all her tremendous work in Nebraska's 2nd Congressional District. Blanca's determination and kind-hearted nature has benefited our community for years. Born in Torreon, Coahuila, Mexico, from a very early age, Blanca showed signs of being a natural-born leader. She's always stood out among her peers in the different activities, groups, or social clubs she participated in. Blanca has 3 children, Eros, Danielle, and Camila. She is a strong woman of faith and puts God first in everything she does. One of the most important people in Blanca's life is her mother, who's been with her, been present through good times and bad times for her whole life. In 1995, Blanca began law school at the University of Autónoma de Guerrero and demonstrated an interest in politics. She became involved in Mexican politics and volunteered in campaigns for senators, state governors, rectors of the University of Guerrero, and even the presidency of the Mexican Republic in Mexico. Blanca graduated from law school in 1999 and had the opportunity to work for some of the most essential people in the state of Guerrero as a trusted staff member. Later that year, due to the economic situation, Blanca left Mexico for the United States to pursue opportunities for herself and her family. In 2000, she began working in a packing house. Blanca has had the utmost respect for people who work in these places, as they can be very repetitive jobs and hard work. Some stay in the same place doing the same movement for 8 to 10 hours every day for weeks, months, and even years. Every day that she spent at the packing house to her work, she became more convinced that she had to learn English, and that if she didn't, she would stay there forever working in a very difficult job. So she began taking English classes at night, and after a long day at the packing plant. But one of Blanca's strengths is her persistence. She knew that the effort would be worth it, so little by little she learned to speak English and became a representative of the workers' union at the packing plant. From there, she became active in our community in South Omaha. For 6 years, she served on the board of directors of the One World Clinic in Omaha, and she volunteered in different community groups, nonprofit organizations, and is the founder of the Queens of Cinco de Mayo contest, one of the most important events in the Latino community at South Omaha. In 2016, and this is where we wanted to focus on because she's done so much great work here, she founded Generation Diamond to help people re-enter our community after incarceration. She believes that her participants are diamonds in the rough that only need to be polished to shine. In just 7 years, Generation Diamond is one of the only organizations of Nebraska that helps the formerly incarcerated remove tattoos free of charge and covers the basic needs such as food and clothing. Services offered in both English and Spanish with a focus on building the Latino community. They are able to help fund employment and offer classes in trauma, finances, and stress reduction to give those they serve a glimmer of hope and the ability to remain in the community. Generation Diamond has grown rapidly, providing 1,020 services last month alone. So thank you, Blanca, for your hard work, your determination to make our community better, and for investing in so many people and giving them a second chance. I'm eager to see the growth and positive impact Generation Diamond will have in our district. And with that, Madam Speaker, I yield.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from California, Mr. Garcia, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As unanimous consent to revise and extend my remarks.
The gentleman is recognized.
Madam Speaker, just last week on the House floor, I called on this body to investigate the clear corruption and grift of Jared Kushner. Now, the American people deserve answers. Why did Jared Kushner receive $2 billion with a B from the Saudi government just 2 months after leaving the White House? Here's the facts. We know that Donald Trump's son-in-law was unqualified first to work in the White House, but Jared was placed at the heart of government overseeing Middle East policy. Kushner personally intervened to secure a $110 billion arms deal with Saudi Arabia. He supported the Saudis through their brutal war in Yemen, even after they murdered Jamal Khashoggi, a journalist who we all know is an American resident. The Saudi crown prince, shown here with Jared and Ivanka, reportedly bragged to other heads of state that Kushner was, and I quote, in his pocket. And Jared delivered for the Saudis over and over. We now know today that when Jared left the White House, just 2 months later, the Saudi royal family gave $2 billion to the Kushner hedge fund. And Jared pockets another $25 million per year in fees directly from the Saudis. Now, advisors to the Crown Prince said publicly that this made absolutely no financial sense, and they pushed back. But the Saudi Crown Prince went forward, and Jared Kushner is receiving that enormous benefit to this day. Now, Mr. Speaker, I've been calling out the Trump and Kushner crime family for months, and we should not stop speaking out until we get the investigation that we deserve. Americans need to trust that White House officials are looking out for our national interest. The Kushner-Saudi deal is the biggest corruption scandal right now in American politics. We need subpoenas, investigations, and reforms so that this type of grift never happens again. Thank you, and I yield back.
The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Miller, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to speak about the ongoing brutal and unjust war that is still wreaking havoc in Eastern Europe to this day, and about America's role. Make no mistake, Vladimir Putin is an evil tyrant whose brutal army is devastating the people of Ukraine. Like many others, I look forward to seeing him in The Hague. My position on providing aid to Ukraine has been clear. Ukraine should have the tools it needs to win this war, its war, with the help of other countries, not just the United States. But the United States, especially with the American president, which holds many of these powers, absolutely cannot provide a blank check without robust oversight, and something else that has been lacking, a clear strategy to end America's involvement. Before I became a member of this House, the previous Congress gave the Biden administration the resources it needed to help the Ukrainians end their war. However, the piecemeal approach taken by this administration has prolonged rather than ended the fight. Frankly, just like former President Trump has said, the United States of America has the tools to end this war in 24 hours, bring that thug Putin to the table, stop the killing of innocent civilians, and allow Ukraine to maintain its independence. I believe the American people, as well as the Ukrainians fighting on the front lines, have little use, if any, for weak and ill-equipped weaponry that simply prolongs the war rather than bringing it to an end once and for all. A piecemeal approach to helping Ukraine is wasting taxpayer dollars, and I do not know anyone who is in favor of wasting Americans' tax dollars. What we need is a strategy, oversight, and accountability. A strategy that explicitly defines what victory looks like so we know when America's involvement is at an end. Oversight so that the American people know how their tax dollars are being spent. And accountability for this administration's failures to implement these elementary pillars of decision-making. Another far-reaching multi-billion-dollar supplement without these three key tenets is not what the American people want nor deserve. And frankly, it is not what the Ukrainians want either. The Ukrainians have taken significant steps to restore accountability to their government and weed out corruption. So I believe they understand just how important a transparency is. Madam Speaker, Ukraine can end this war. Ukrainians can have peace. The innocent killing of civilians at the hands of an evil dictator can stop. We can share the tools the Ukrainians need without depleting our own capabilities. However, the United States cannot be drawn into another forever war without a meaningful strategy that defines how we know when it is over. We cannot put American service members in harm's way, and we certainly cannot waste taxpayer dollars. We were supposed to learn this lesson after Vietnam, and instead we ended up with a 20-year war in Afghanistan. We cannot make the same mistake again. Madam Speaker, I represent one of the largest Ukrainian-American populations in the House of Representatives. My constituents are Americans who are the family members of Ukrainian soldiers. They are Americans who are faith leaders, and some are even first-generation Ukrainian Americans. All of them are grateful for the American assistance and that of our allies. And every single one is ready for this war to come to an end, just as I know so many others are as well. It is time for this administration to be upfront with the American people and articulate a coherent strategy to define our end goal. Let us all work together to commit to saving taxpayer dollars, increasing crucial oversight of our operations, logistical and tactical support, and finally, commit ourselves to developing the strategy needed to save innocent lives, help the Ukrainians end their armed conflict, keep America out of this war, and ensure this does not go another day longer. Thank you, and I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Connecticut, Mr. Larson, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to extend my remarks and submit for the record a tribute to the Mayor of Windsor, Connecticut, Don Trinks, a dear friend, a person who served in the capacity of mayor for 22 years, and a public servant in Windsor for nearly 3 decades as well. He's a lifelong resident in what he would claim is the oldest community in the state of Connecticut, the town of Windsor. Be disputed by some in Wethersfield, but that's what Don would claim, and that's where he met his wife, Barbara, in high school. And they went on to get married, and he went on, along with Barbara, to be the go-to people in the community of Windsor. Now, he also happens to run and manage, and probably is well known for running Bart's, which is second only to Augie and Ray's in East Hartford as the greatest hot dog you can receive in the state of Connecticut, Madam Speaker. But Don's commitment to the community of Windsor is unsurpassed. And so much today in political office, Don always sought to bring people together. He has the right temperament for public service and the ability to bring people together as he did time and again, and why he was so successful at getting more than $3 million to revitalize downtown Windsor. I was happy always to work alongside of him, but it's been his leadership throughout his career, his temerity, especially during difficult times and especially during COVID, where he was one of those chief elected officials who led by example, especially for small businesses, of which he was very much one of them. And so, Madam Speaker, I'm proud to submit for the record a tribute to Don Trinks, the Mayor of Windsor for 22 years. He was also a devoted fan of Social Security, and we had an opportunity to work on that and visit many senior centers. I want to commend Congresswoman Julia Letlow, who came before the Ways and Means Committee last week to discuss her concerns about WEP and GPO and Social Security. I look forward to working with her because I think there is an opportunity here for us, Madam Speaker, to recognize with more than 10,000 baby boomers a day becoming eligible for Social Security, with almost 70 million people who are currently receiving Social Security, with more than 40% of them Social Security being their only form of retirement and pension. It's long overdue for the United States Congress to act. It's been 52 years since Congress has enhanced Social Security. And for women, Madam Speaker, more than 5 million of our fellow Americans get below poverty level checks from the government. And of them, the majority are women, because they were the care providers and were at home with their children or someone that was sick. And also because when they were in the workforce, they weren't making as much as their male counterparts. There is no rational reason why these people in the wealthiest nation in the world, who've worked all their lives and paid into the system, get below poverty level checks, except for the fact that the United States Congress hasn't taken any action to correct this. It's long overdue. And with people like Julia coming in, Mr. Speaker, I know that there's a great opportunity for us to come together and succeed and make sure that all Americans know that Social Security is there for them. This is not the time to talk about cutting their benefits. This is the time to talk about extending their benefits. Yes, it is true that people are living longer, but for every year you raise the age of Social Security, that is a 7% cut. What sense does it make if you're living longer that you receive less Social Security money to live on? Of course, it does not. I yield back, Mr. Speaker, and thank you.
Gentleman's time has expired. Chair now recognizes the gentleman from Kansas, Mr. Mann, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in the face of a looming government shutdown to discuss fiscal responsibility and the importance of returning to regular order in this Congress. The government borrows too much money, and the government spends too much money. The Biden administration and congressional Democrats' spending addiction has created massive inflation and caused our national debt to climb to nearly $33 trillion. They prioritize spending that is out of touch with what Americans are asking for and are killing the economy in the process. Republicans have offered real solutions to fix this mess, and all the other side has offered is enthusiasm for more reckless behavior. House Republicans may remain committed to limiting future government spending, reclaiming unspent COVID relief money, eliminating burdensome regulations, and promoting pro-growth energy and economic policies. We need to get government spending under control and get our economy back on track, and we need to protect both our national defense and Social Security and Medicare benefits for seniors while we do it. What we're seeing now is President Biden and Washington Democrats' failure to negotiate, which regular order mandates and which Congress is based on. We can't keep going down this road. In my commitment to the Big First, I promise to do everything I can to end Washington's spending addiction, balance the budget, grow the economy, curb inflation, secure the border, and lower taxes for individuals and small businesses. We must restore fiscal sanity. Americans deserve to have their tax dollars used wisely. Given the president's endless, no-limit credit cards is no way to govern in a democracy. Let's secure the border. Let's decrease our country's dependence on communist China. Let's commit to reining in government spending. It's hard for me to imagine how anyone could love the open border so much, or love losing to China so much, or love $200 billion of unaccounted for COVID relief dollars so much that they'd be willing to shut down the federal government to keep the situation as is. If the other side would spend as much energy on funding the government as they do on their liberal wish list, we would have solved this problem long ago. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and with that, I yield back.
Chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Massachusetts, Ms. Trahan, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, we have 10 days until House Republicans force a catastrophic government shutdown. 10 days until the food assistance that nearly 50 million Americans rely on, including 6 million women and children, is put in jeopardy. 10 days until seniors struggling with a Social Security or Medicare issue can't get someone on the phone to get their benefit or to keep their coverage. 10 days until the loans small businesses depend on to pay their workers and keep their doors open are delayed for who knows how long. Mr. Speaker, we've seen this train wreck before. Republicans shut down the government for over a month in 2018 while they demanded billions in taxpayer funds for Donald Trump's border wall, the same one that Mexico was supposed to pay for. That shutdown lasted 36 days, hurting families and reducing our economic output by $11 billion, much of which was never recovered. And it only ended after planes were grounded at major airports due to the strain on air traffic controllers who were working around the clock with no pay to avert a major disaster. But here we are again. It's Republican shutdown deja vu. Extreme MAGA Republicans are once again holding the American people hostage in exchange for dangerous policies and a politically motivated impeachment. And you don't have to take my word for it, just listen to the demands from our colleagues across the aisle. One of our colleagues, a congresswoman from Georgia, tweeted that she would not vote to fund the government if Congress doesn't pursue an impeachment inquiry against President Biden. Others are trying to roll back abortion protections for women serving in our military regardless of where they're stationed. And to pretty much no one's surprise, Speaker McCarthy has folded like a cheap suit on every single one of their demands. But that still hasn't been enough to get Republicans on board with this new plan, a breakthrough that would slash funding for the home heating assistance that thousands of families in my home state of Massachusetts depend on each winter, eliminate access to Head Start and child care programs for nearly 200,000 children nationwide, and cut off access to housing vouchers for 20,000 veterans and 90,000 seniors, pushing them closer to homelessness. This deal, hashed out by Republicans, for Republicans, was a disaster from the start. And the fact that it fell apart even quicker than it came together is embarrassing for the majority of this chamber. It's amateur hour, but the stakes are too high, and the American people deserve better. Mr. Speaker, there are 212 Democrats standing by whenever your party is ready to get serious and do what needs to be done. There are 212 votes standing by to keep our government open, to keep veterans housed, to keep our children fed. I encourage Speaker McCarthy and my colleagues across the aisle to avert this disaster before it's too late. Put a clean funding package on the floor and let's pass it together. That's our job. It's your job, and the American people expect you to do it. I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Guam, Mr. Moreland, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, today I rise to share the introduction of my bill, the Child Act of 2023. This bill seeks to amend Chapter 77, Section 1591 of Title 18 United States Code by raising the mandatory minimum years of imprisonment from engaging in the trafficking of any person under the age of 18. The current law states that if convicted of trafficking victim under the age of 14, there's a minimum of 15 years imprisonment. If convicted of trafficking a victim between the ages of 14 and 17, a minimum sentence is 10 years imprisonment. Child sex trafficking remains a pressing issue in the United States. In 2021, the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children received over 17,200 reports of child sex trafficking in all 50 U.S. states, affecting every type of community, including cities, rural areas, and tribal land. According to the NCMEC report from 2021, out of the 25,000 missing runaway children, 1 out of 6 are likely to be victims of sex trafficking. Offenders often target vulnerable children who are of lower income, live in dangerous circumstances, and seek out better lives for themselves. Victims come from all backgrounds and become trapped in a never-ending cycle of threats, abuse, false promises, isolation, shame, and debt. These victims are deprived of something every child deserves, a future. If enacted, this legislation would make the sentence for traffickers exploiting victims under the age of 18 the same regardless of their age. A child is still a minor and there should be no differentiation at all. It would also increase the minimum sentence to 25 years for those who are convicted of child trafficking. This will convey the serious nature of their crime and ensure that traffickers know that they will be punished if they continue to exploit minors. By enacting more stringent penalties, this bill aims to bring justice for the victims and families affected by child trafficking and issues a strong statement to traffickers who leave a lifetime of scars on innocent children. My message is clear. Sex trafficking is a heinous crime that will not be tolerated. Current laws are too soft on these criminals, and I'm committed to ensuring stricter laws and harsher punishments to anyone who harms innocent children. And lastly, I urge my colleagues in Congress to support this crucial piece of legislation to protect all children. I also want to thank my co-leads, Congressman Don Davis, Congressman Buddy Carter, Congresswoman Diana Harshbarger, Congressman Don Bacon, and Congresswoman Amata Radawagan for co-sponsoring the Child Act of 2023. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the Chair declares the House in recess until noon today.
The House will be in order. The prayer will be offered by Chaplain Kibben.
Would you pray with me? Lord of all the earth, be exalted in the nations. In the cacophony of the crises we face this day, may we stand still and wait on you to speak into the whirlwind that surrounds us on all sides. In the complexity that is the war in Ukraine and in conflicts across the globe, let not the discord of our disagreement or the ardor of our opinion prevent us from hearing your demand for peace and justice. In the impasse of political processes, let not the storms of dispute deafen our ears to your direction, but may we yield ourselves to your guidance in the deliberations that are laid before us in this season. We need only to look to you and see what you, O Lord, have done in ages past. You have made wars to cease to the ends of the earth. You have broken the bow and shattered the spear. Lord Almighty, remain with us. May we learn to trust in you, O God, that you would be our guide and stay in these days of strife. Cause us then this day to be still and know that you are God. In your sovereign name we pray. Amen.
Amen. The chair has examined the journal of the last day's proceeding and announces to the House the approval thereof. Pursuant to Clause 1 of Rule 1, the journal stands approved. The Pledge of Allegiance will be led today from the gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Ogles.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Please join me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Yesterday, you guys had it wrong. What does the gentleman from Pennsylvania, for the purpose of the gentleman from Pennsylvania, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I rise to address the House and ask unanimous consent to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, each year, Americans attend nearly 1 billion medical appointments and emergency room visits, and quite often are unaware of how much their treatments will cost until after their appointment has ended. Now, the House has a chance to pass bipartisan legislation to address this issue and to stand up for our patients. The Lower Costs, More Transparency Act would immediately benefit patients by providing clear price transparency for medical procedures, allowing patients the flexibility to choose where they will receive their care. This bill includes legislation that I authored to provide funding for community health centers, which provides care to over 30 million Americans nationwide. From pediatric checkups to dentistry, rural communities rely on these health centers to meet their daily medical needs. I urge all of my colleagues to support this legislation. I yield back the balance of my time. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Massachusetts seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the lady is recognized for 1 minute.
A handful of issues has always transcended politics. Our troops, the guardians of our freedom, have always been one of them. But in the MAGA Republican Party, nothing is off the table. Nothing takes priority over their goal of a nationwide abortion ban. Military promotions, troops' paychecks, our national defense bill, all held hostage because extremists want to tear away the reproductive freedom of the very people fighting for our freedom. I urge my colleagues, put our country first and instruct the conferees to deliver a defense bill that puts freedom over fascism. I yield back.
The gentlelady yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This month, Luke Coffey of the Hudson Institute addressed the top myths about U.S. aid to Ukraine, revealing, quote, every dollar spent in support of Ukraine is authorized by Congress and used for a specific purpose. As of September 2023, the U.S. has provided Ukraine $101 billion, or about 0.43% of America's GDP. The vast majority of this money never leaves the U.S. and instead supports American jobs. There has never been likely more accountability in place for U.S. foreign assistance. With the U.S. Ukraine Oversight Interagency Working Group, more than 160 officials across 20 federal oversight agencies monitor U.S. aid to Ukraine. According to the Kiel Institute for the World's Economy Ukraine Aid Tracker, total European commitments are now more than double those of the United States. Russia is China's junior partner. A defeated Russia means a weaker China. Japanese Prime Minister Fumio Kishida said the security of the Indo-Pacific region cannot be separated from the European security. I support the proven Republican policies of Barry Goldwater and Ronald Reagan of why not victory over dictators. I yield back.
For what purpose does a lady from Nevada seek recognition? Without objection, the lady is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you. I rise today to honor the life and legacy of Dr. Carol Harder, the first president who was a female and the longest serving at the history of the University of Las Vegas. I was fortunate to teach at UNLV during her tenure, where I witnessed firsthand her dedication to higher education, her student-centered leadership style, and her passion for research and learning. She was a recognized scholar, an able administrator, and one tough lady. Carol served as president from 1995 to 2006 during one of the university's most productive stages, creating 100 new programs, overseeing construction of 17 new buildings, and co-founding the internationally recognized Black Mountain Institute. It's in large part thanks to her that UNLV is a leading institution today. My condolences to Carol's family and the entire UNLV community. We will remember her through the inimitable footprint she left on campus and beyond. I ask unanimous consent that an article entitled "Let Her Record Prove Them Wrong" be entered into the record, and I yield back.
Without objection. The lady has yielded. For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
To address the House for 1 minute to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor a remarkable individual who has dedicated 4 decades of his life to the field of broadcasting, and in so doing so has become a cherished voice for the people of northern Chautauqua County. I'm proud to address this chamber to celebrate the retirement of a true newsman, Dave Rowley. His long career in broadcasting is a testament to his passion for storytelling and his dedication to keeping our community informed. Dave has worn many hats over the years, from reporting and anchoring, producing, and hosting his radio show, Viewpoint. Through his work, he has provided a space for meaningful conversations on the issues that matter most to the people of Chautauqua County. As we celebrate Dave's retirement, we can't help but feel a sense of loss, as very few journalists possess the same integrity and reliability he has always displayed. His commitment to excellence, his passion for the truth, and his dedication to his community will be his lasting legacy for all that follow in his footsteps. Dave Rowley's retirement may mark the end of an era, but it also marks the beginning of a new chapter in his life, and we wish him all the happiness and fulfillment in his next chapter. And I yield back, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in solidarity with nearly 150,000 United Auto Workers who are fighting for fair pay, better benefits, and safer working conditions. These workers have built $250 billion in profit for the big 3 automakers over the past decade, but they've been left behind. The big 3 CEOs, the big bosses, have increased an estimated 40% in their compensation over the last 4 years. But workers over the last 4 years, 6%, a measly 6%. To put that in perspective, big 3 corporate bosses, $12,000 an hour. Those starting wages for the auto workers, $18 an hour. This says it all. It should be fair, but this is unjust and unacceptable. Workers deserve a fair wage and benefits that reflect their hard work. We urge them to be supported, and I yield back the balance of my time. Thank you.
Gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, request unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize the McClure Bean Soup Festival. Over the weekend, I attended the 132nd McClure Bean Soup Festival in Snyder County, Pennsylvania 15th Congressional District. This annual celebration started when Captain Michael Smith and several other surviving Civil War veterans wanted to host a reunion with other veterans, and that has now grown into a week-long fair. Supposedly, Captain Smith and his comrades basically had beans and some ham, and therefore decided to provide bean soup for all their comrades who were attending the reunion. Now, this fair has vendors today, rides, and games, but the biggest attraction is the bean soup. Last year, volunteers made more than 30 kettles, and yes, the recipe has stayed the same for more than 130 years. Mr. Speaker, this week-long festival is a staple in the Snyder County community. It is a unique way to remember the veterans of the Civil War while building memories within the community. And I look forward to next year's McClure Bean Soup Festival as well. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back, and me without lunch. For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
I seek unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Everyone should have the ability to work in safe conditions, receive competitive pay and benefits, and at the end of the day, be able to put food on the table. America's hard-working families keep our country running. But right now, a lot of families are finding they don't have the support they need. Auto workers made concessions in 2008 to save the auto industry, and new contracts have not been reinstated to help them recover from those cuts and keep up with the economic demands. Meanwhile, auto company profits at Ford, General Motors, and Stellantis have skyrocketed 92% over the last 10 years, totaling $250 billion. In 2023 alone, they are expected to profit more than $32 billion. Despite their efforts, worker pay has only gone up 6% over the last 10 years. Companies can and should do better because Americans deserve better. Workers deserve a fair deal. They aren't asking for the moon. They're asking for fairness and dignity. Thank you, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Elon Musk, someone generally known for promoting free speech and autonomy, falsely stated that Taiwan is an integral part of China. On a practical level, think about what that means for our efforts. We in Congress can promote Taiwan's participation in international organizations. We can argue that Taiwan must have a seat at the table. But if we refuse to fail to confront the CCP on their falsification of the historical record, if we, as a Congress, can't confront the CCP with the truth, we're letting Xi Jinping dictate the terms of the debate. And that's irresponsible and it's wrong. Unfortunately, this wasn't the first time that Mr. Musk has spread misinformation about the relationship between the CCP, China, and Taiwan. For Elon to spread the talking points of the CCP from a position of influence in the United States is unacceptable, which is why I'm sending a letter to Elon Musk providing him with an accurate account of Taiwan's history and a clear message. Taiwan is not part of the People's Republic of China, and their free will is not for sale. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentlelady from California seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the lady is recognized for 1 minute.
I rise today to recognize the 95th birthday of my friend, Reverend James Lawson, who for more than half a century has been a force for justice and workers' rights. As a minister and teacher of nonviolent resistance, James Lawson was a leader of the civil rights movement and worked closely with Dr. Martin Luther King. Lawson led sit-ins, freedom rides, and strikes, including the historic 1968 Memphis sanitation strike. And he was a mentor to our beloved John Lewis. In 1974, Reverend Lawson moved to Los Angeles, where he teaches nonviolence at UCLA. His work orchestrating nonviolent sit-ins and civil disobedience helped improve working conditions for Southern California hotel workers, generating a national movement for immigrant worker justice. Reverend Lawson has been an inspiration to many as he continues the fight for freedom and justice. Happy birthday, Reverend Lawson.
He yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from Nebraska seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to address America's immigration crisis. For 29 months, encounters with illegal immigrants have been higher than the highest month in the Trump years. While Washington Democrats continue to ignore the crisis, House Republicans continue to do everything we can in our power to force them. Earlier this year, we passed H.R. 2, also known as the Secure the Border Act. This bill helps finish the border wall, stop the Biden administration's open border policies, and increases Border Patrol staffing. This legislation awaits consideration in the Democratic-controlled Senate. It cannot wait any longer. It's time for the Senate to take action. We cannot allow the Biden administration to dismantle the border wall. We cannot allow Secretary Mayorkas to circumvent or dismantle the successful Remain in Mexico policy. And we cannot continue to allow illegal immigrants to stream across our border illegally without regard for our national security. I urge my colleagues in the Senate to come together and support common sense plan like H.R. 2 to stem the humanitarian crisis on our southern border. I yield back.
Gentleman's time has expired. For what purpose does the lady from New Mexico seek recognition?
Good afternoon, Mr. Speaker. I rise and ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the lady is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today because labor is in the House, the people's house, as we stand with workers all across America who are on strike, and especially our United Auto Workers who are on the front lines right now. As a daughter of labor, this is a powerful moment in history. Across the nation, across sectors, American workers are tired of giving their lives and their jobs every single day and getting less in return. They are standing up, they are organizing, and they are demanding better pay, better conditions, better benefits. This movement is about people, about writers, actors, postal workers, auto workers who are paving the path for future generations and receiving just compensation. This is the moment. I am proud to stand in solidarity with our United Auto Workers and every worker across America who's collectively bargaining for the pay, benefits, and conditions that they deserve. Stay strong, my friends, and keep up the fight. I yield back.
The lady's time has expired. For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, by direction of the Democratic caucus, I offer a privileged resolution and ask for its immediate consideration.
The clerk will report the resolution.
House Resolution 704, resolved that the following name member be and is hereby elected
Mr.
to
Speaker,
the
I ask
following.
unanimous consent that the resolution be considered as read.
Without objection, the resolution is agreed to and the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I have a motion to instruct at the desk.
The clerk will report the motion.
Ms. Houlihan of Pennsylvania moves that the managers on the part of the House at the conference on the disagreeing votes of the two houses on the Senate amendment to the bill H.R. 2670 be instructed to disagree to Section 716 of the House bill.
Pursuant to Clause 7 of Rule 22, the lady from Pennsylvania, Ms. Houlihan, and the gentleman from Alabama, Mr. Rogers, each will control 30 minutes. The chair recognizes the lady from Pennsylvania.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks on this motion to instruct.
Without objection.
Thank you. I yield myself such time as I may consume. Mr. Speaker, I rise today because this House has a choice. We can either stand up for the rights of service members and military families, or we can allow the Republican-led House, and specifically the extreme faction of the Republican conference, to continue their assault on reproductive freedoms. For my Democratic colleagues and I, this choice is clear. We will fight. We will fight for the freedom of servicewomen and for their families, and I urge my colleagues on the other side of the aisle to please do the same. Many of our service members joined the armed forces prior to the overturning of Roe v. Wade last June, and they did so with the understanding that they and their families would be treated with dignity and would receive comprehensive and high-quality health care services regardless of where they were stationed. And yes, that also includes access to abortion care. Since Roe was overturned, service members and their families have had access to travel and to leave if they need to, and if they need to seek reproductive health care. But unfortunately, that freedom is now being threatened today. Mr. Speaker, today, for the very first time since 1973, 14 states have passed outright abortion bans, and 7 more have passed partial bans, and 6 more have tried but have been stopped by the courts. Nearly 120,000 service members are currently stationed in Texas. 120,000 service members are currently stationed in Texas. This is a state that has implemented a draconian anti-choice law and now has among the worst maternal health outcomes for women in the entire nation. And our service women deserve better. This issue has been politicized and it has been distorted. Outright lies have been spread by elected officials and by anti-abortion activists alike. So I would like to set the record straight. Here are the facts. Women in states with abortion bans are nearly 3 times more likely to die during pregnancy, during childbirth, or soon after giving birth. And let that sink in. We are stationing our women in uniform and their families in states where they are 3 times more likely to die during pregnancy. No service member should have to accept a reality where they could literally die as a result of the anti-choice state law where they are stationed. So these are the conditions that our service women and their military families have to consider when they decide to serve. Nearly half of service members no longer have access to abortion care, and that's not counting even the members of their families as well. Our service members signed up to serve our country with the understanding that one day they may have to make the ultimate sacrifice, the sacrifice of their life. And let me remind this chamber and those who are watching that we have an all-volunteer force. Again, I will repeat, we have an all-volunteer force. So as we look to recruit and to retain the best fighters and the greatest minds that this nation has to offer, we really cannot restrict the very freedoms that we ask women and men in uniform to potentially die for. So it's important to also, as we talk, go beyond the facts and beyond the figures and to share the personal and human impact of these anti-abortion laws and the choices that we are facing this week here in this body. In Texas, the second largest state for active duty members in our country, Amanda Zerwoski was 18 weeks pregnant when her water broke, putting her at a high risk for developing a life-threatening infection. Doctors told Amanda that her life was in danger and that the fetus was going to die. But doctors could not provide the medical care that she needed because their hands were tied by Texas law. Amanda eventually did develop sepsis and did eventually nearly die. And heartbreakingly, her availability to be and get pregnant in the future might be damaged as well. Amanda survived, and she survived to share this story about her harrowing experience to hopefully prevent others from having this experience as well. So this story and the data that we have talked about today is why I'm working with my colleagues, led by my dear friend and fellow veteran, Congresswoman Mikey Sherrill, to try to codify this basic travel policy. But this body decided that women cannot be trusted to make their own reproductive health care choices. And instead, the majority in this House have decided to make it harder for service women and their families to access care, to make it harder for them to make their own health care choices, to make it harder for service women and military families to decide on their own if, when, and how to start their own families. And now, also, a single United States senator is holding up more than 300 military promotions and counting, hollowing out the military leadership and hurting our military readiness in the process. And he's doing this all because he is that adamant that women in uniform cannot be trusted. As a veteran myself, let me say out loud and clear that his actions are a disgrace, and Americans agree. Again, more data. 70% of our constituents believe that women should have access to abortion care. And, Mr. Speaker, the grave concerns I've outlined don't even begin to scratch the surface of all the harmful amendments that are also tacked onto this bill. Quite frankly, it's an embarrassment to this institution that our governance is just so fractured, so unable to agree on something so simple as letting a woman in uniform make the best care decisions for her family, her career, and for herself. So sadly, this is indicative of where we are today. I grew up in a military family, and I served myself. My parents didn't always agree on politics, but they shared a common love for the promises that this nation offered. My father, a refugee and Holocaust survivor, who then became a career naval aviator. I have colleagues on the other side of this aisle with whom I work with and respect, which is why I'm deeply saddened to see a bipartisan bill that endured for 60 years fall victim to this kind of partisan politics, because the bipartisan bill that we passed originally out of committee by 58-1 is literally no longer recognizable. So today, Mr. Speaker, is about choice in more ways than one. We can either let this far-right minority continue to hold our national security hostage to their radical agenda, or we can refuse to allow them to play politics with our national security and with the health and well-being of our service members. With that, I reserve the balance of my time.
Lady from Pennsylvania reserves. The gentleman from Alabama is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman's recognized.
I rise in strong opposition to this motion to instruct. This motion seeks to strip language in the House bill that prohibits the Department of Defense from spending taxpayer money to facilitate abortion procedures. DOD's abortion travel policy is a flagrant violation of Congress's intent and our nation's moral principles. This is all part of the Biden administration's politicization of the military. For years, Biden's political appointees have been pushing questionable policies on our troops just to satisfy their ideological agenda. They understand that using the military is its most efficient way to usher rapid social change that they seek. But the military should not be used as a petri dish for social experimentation. This is not the right thing to do. Our troops should not be used as the vanguard for the left's social agenda. The civilian leadership at DOD should be focused on building the world's most lethal fighting force. Instead, they're doing somersaults to try to satisfy the far left's political agenda. This misguided abortion travel policy is just another example. It's a radical overreaction to a problem that doesn't exist. Secretary Austin said that the policy was necessary to avoid, quote, significant implications for readiness of the force, close quote. But in 6 months since it began, there have been less than a handful of people who have exercised this policy. Rather than helping readiness, radical policies like this one are undermining readiness. They're driving away potential recruits, and they're undermining morale and retention, and it needs to end. I urge all members to oppose this motion. I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Alabama reserves. A lady from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Just before I introduce our next person, I want to emphasize that this is not a new policy. The DoD is not simply creating a new policy out of thin air. The DoD is in fact using precedent from the non-availability of care and simply allowing women with reproductive health service needs to be able to have effective travel and reimbursement for said travel. Again, this is not a new policy, and it simply updates a policy that allows for travel reimbursement to ensure that we have equal access to health care. Thankfully, we have a president in Joe Biden who is responsive to the needs of our military service members and who supports this effort. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I would like to yield 2 minutes to the gentlelady from Minnesota, Representative McCollum.
The lady from Minnesota is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the gentlewoman from Pennsylvania for the time. Hopefully, at some point on this floor, we'll be able to debate the Defense Appropriations Bill. That bill and this bill that we have the motion on, the NDAA, have extreme social policy riders that make bipartisan cooperation just impossible. The restricting rider that we're focusing on today, and it's in both bills, stops service members and civilians and from dependents from seeking basic reproductive health care. And as the gentlewoman from Pennsylvania pointed out, when certain care is not available at where a person is stationed, they have the flexibility of going to seek out that health care. So the DoD's current policy is totally under federal law and is totally legal. And in fact, another misnomer that I hear quite often is somehow it's undermining the Hyde Amendment. Well, it doesn't do that either. The Hyde Amendment allows for abortion services in certain circumstances. This would be a ban if a woman was stationed at a military post where we don't even offer obstetrics and gynecology, where she would have to seek care in another state. And many of these states have limited and put so many restrictions that the doctors are fearful of performing even procedures after miscarriage, or procedures that was pointed out with the woman in Texas. So they have to go someplace else to receive the service, even services that are provided under the Hyde Amendment. And make no mistake, I don't support the Hyde Amendment, but that's the least we should be able to do. As has been pointed out, nearly 20% of the women serve in our military. 80,000 of them are in states that restrict abortions, and our troops don't get to choose where they're stationed. So, folks, we need to make sure that our servicewomen are not treated as second-class citizens and that they have full access to their reproductive rights. In the past and in the future, women have faced barriers to reach their full potential. Let's not put up another barrier. I thank you, and I yield back.
The lady's time has expired. The gentlelady from Pennsylvania reserves. The gentleman from Alabama is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. At this time, I'd like to yield 5 minutes to an outstanding member of the Armed Services Committee, Mr. Jackson of Texas.
Gentleman from Texas is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Chairman Rogers, for your outstanding leadership in crafting the strongest defense bill that I've seen during my time in Congress. Year after year, the chairman assures us that we're going to have a strong NDA that we can be proud of back home, and this year has been no different. In July, this body passed the NDAA on a bipartisan basis to provide our warfighters with the resources and the authorities they need to provide for the defense of our nation. As a former Navy Rear Admiral, I know the vital role this legislation plays in our national security. Not only does this NDA assure that we have the weapons systems and equipment our service members need, it makes needed course corrections to restore the military's focus on fighting and winning wars. This bill ensures that our military is laser focused on confronting the most pressing national security threats that our nation faces. However, now my colleagues on the other side of the aisle have chosen to come to the floor and are seeking to inject politics back into our military, overturning the Jackson-Roy Amendment that was adopted on a bipartisan basis to end the Department of Defense's illegal and immoral abortion policy. After the Supreme Court's historic decision to overturn Roe v. Wade, the Biden administration made their intention clear that they would work to sidestep the law however possible. The Biden administration has pulled every lever within the federal government and encouraged federal agencies to create rules and adopt policies that not only expand abortion access, but also leave American taxpayers on the hook to subsidize abortion services. Not even the Department of Defense was spared from the Biden administration's efforts. So in October of last year, the Secretary of Defense released a memo titled Ensuring Access to Reproductive Health Care. This memo outlined the steps to be taken by the department to use taxpayer dollars to provide service members and their dependents access to abortions and for providers to travel to different states to obtain the licensing required to perform such procedures. Then, in February of this year, the DOD enacted the policies outlined in the memo and became a completely unjustified and inappropriate participant in the war on life. According to its illegal policy, DOD can now reimburse travel expenses for service members and their dependents who travel to obtain an abortion in another state, and can also reimburse associated fees for healthcare professionals seeking to be licensed in other states for the purpose of performing abortions, all, once again, on the taxpayer's dime. Last year, immediately after the DOD started this unconstitutional process, Congressman Roy and I got to work to address this issue and ensure that we developed a bill to right this wrong. I am so proud to stand on the House floor today and say that our provision mandating the DOD cease this insanity was successfully included in the House-passed version of the bill. At the same time, Senator Tuberville has bravely and steadfastly held the line in the Senate by placing a hold on all DOD senior leader nominations until the DOD complies with federal law and ceases its abortion policies. DOD has complained that these holds harm national security, but DOD has the ability to stop this immediately. All they have to do is rescind this illegal policy. It has become clear to me that the Biden administration has purposely prioritized an illegal and highly political abortion policy over confirming general and flag officers in the military. This Biden-endorsed policy has nothing to do with strengthening our national security. Instead, this is just the latest example of the Biden administration pushing its radical and extreme pro-abortion agenda, ironically, in the very agency responsible for defending American lives. Regardless of your political or moral stance on abortion, this policy is in direct violation of federal law, specifically Section 1093 of Title 10 U.S. Code, which restricts funds made available to DOD from being used to perform abortions or for DOD facilities to be used for abortions. No doubt my colleagues on the other side of the aisle will insist that taxpayer dollars are not directly funding these abortions, thereby rendering their policy legally sound. This is absolutely misleading, and they are lying to the American people. While funds may not be going directly to the performance of the procedure, it has always been true that restriction on funding for abortion is a restriction on funding for any costs used to promote or facilitate the abortion. Funding travel and or other costs for an abortion is in fact funding the abortion. There is no other reason for these travel expenses except to get an abortion. Therefore, providing financial support to the travel expenses relating to an abortion is a clear violation of laws that are already on the books. The NDA is meant to provide aid, support, and direction to the men and women charged with defending the security of this nation. When necessary, it is also a mechanism through which we can bring the department into compliance as needed. Inclusion of the House's prohibition on DOD's abortion policy in this year's NDAA is vital to bringing the department into statutory compliance in accordance with our oversight function and refocusing the department on its core mission of fighting and winning wars. It stops here and it stops now. On this issue, I will never relent. The days of the radical left ignoring the law and driving their social agenda in the military are done. I will absolutely not waver in my defense of the unborn or in my support of the rule of law. I will do everything I can to ensure our military service members can focus on the jobs and their families instead of being used to support score political points for the Biden administration. I appreciate the chairman's strong leadership in crafting this year's bill, and I look forward to the conference process where we will do everything in our power to maintain this vital provision.
Gentleman's
With
time
that, I
has
yield.
expired. Gentleman from Alabama reserves. The lady from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Here are the facts. Not a single dollar is going towards paying for an abortion under the current DOD travel policy, which only provides for leave and travel reimbursements for servicewomen who are forced to travel for their health care due to restrictive laws of the state that they are stationed in line with a very long-standing DOD policy that has always provided for travel and leave where specialized health care is not provided or allowed for. Mr. Speaker, I would now like to yield 2 minutes to the gentlelady from Michigan, Representative Slotkin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The lady from Michigan is recognized.
Pardon, Mr.
for
Speaker.
2 minutes.
Thank you. I rise today to call out the amendments that have been forced into the Pentagon budget over the past month and a half. When this Pentagon budget was voted on in our committee, it passed 58-1. I voted for it, as did many of my peers on this side of the aisle and the other side of the aisle. When it left our committee, it became a wish list of right-wing culture war agenda. If you take a 40,000-foot view of what's going on here, it becomes very clear. The other side of the aisle is not going to stop until there is a federal ban on all abortions in every state, in every circumstance. Our last speaker made it clear. A bill that is typically bipartisan is now become a prisoner of this debate. So let's review the bidding. We have seen the other side of the aisle put in unnecessary abortion restrictions in minor appropriations, in veterans bills targeting female veterans. A single senator is holding up 300 critical military nominations because service members want to get leave to get the care that they need. And the NDAA in its current form is targeting servicewomen specifically. Do not make a mistake. The United States should hear that in every place, in every possible window, the people on the other side of the aisle are going to continue their 50-year pledge to get rid of all abortions everywhere. They're open about that. And while those of them who are in competitive elections may try to mealy-mouth what they have done for the past 20 years, we need to hear what they are telling us. The other side of the aisle is taking national security issues now hostage to their unrelenting fight on this issue, so that no woman can have a right to an abortion if she's been raped, if she's the victim of incest, or for simple miscarriage, which 1 out of 3 women in America have had. I know the other side of the aisle is not listening on this issue. The American people need to hear it loud and clear. They want a federal ban on abortion. I yield back.
The gentlewoman from Pennsylvania reserves. The gentleman from Alabama is not recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This time I'd like to yield 1 minute to a great new member of the Armed Services Committee and a longtime champion of the unborn in America, Mike Johnson of Louisiana.
The gentleman is recognized.
I thank Chairman Rogers and Dr. Jackson for their important work on this really critical issue. Mr. Speaker, historically, Americans have traditionally held the most positive view of the U.S. military among all of our institutions, but something changed last year. Right now, less than half of Americans now have a great deal of confidence and trust in the military. You want to know why? The reason stated is because the military leadership has become overly politicized. They're addressing issues that don't have anything to do with our national defense. And the best example of that probably is Secretary Austin's policy of reimbursing travel expenses for service members seeking an abortion. The law is clear, as the chairman has stated. Title 10, Section 1093 explicitly prohibits funds available to DOD from being used to perform abortions. The statute was drafted, passed, and signed into law by the people's duly elected representatives. And this politicized Department of Defense has decided to create a workaround. Thankfully, the House-passed NDAA will end this lawlessness. We have to stand for that. The House has spoken on the issue, and the House's position is very clear. I urge my colleagues to defeat this motion to instruct, and I yield back.
The gentleman from Alabama reserves. The gentleman from Pennsylvania is not recognized.
Mr. Speaker, we don't get to choose what our facts are. The chilling effect that is happening right now on recruiting is caused by a variety of things, but the number one reason, the number one contributing factor to a service member's decision to enlist or to re-enlist is the support of their spouse. If we are showing the entire country that we don't trust women and families to be in control of their own health care decisions, why would they encourage anyone in their family to re-enlist or to enlist in the service at all? Mr. Speaker, I would now like to yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Colorado, Mr. Crow.
Gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to urge the conferees to strike this truly abhorrent provision from the National Defense Authorization Act. As several of my colleagues have pointed out, when this bill went out of committee, out of the Armed Services Committee, it passed with a very strong bipartisan 58-1 vote. And then extremists within the Republican Party got a hold of it and made floor amendments and put poison pills, including this one, in the bill. So a couple of facts. Number one, no taxpayer money is going to provide abortions for service members. The long-standing policy of the Department of Defense is we allow service members to travel for necessary medical procedures and care when they can't get that care on a base or locally. That is long-standing policy, and that's what we're talking about here today. But you've also heard a bunch of my colleagues get up today and say, you know, this has nothing to do with national defense. This is superfluous, nothing to do with the national defense of our country. Really? We can spend money
and buy all the best tanks and aircraft carriers and missiles that money can buy. But what actually makes us strong? It's our people. Our people are behind all of that. And what undergirds people is the trust within a unit. I served 3 combat tours in Iraq and Afghanistan, and I can tell you, if you don't trust the person you're going to war with, it's all meaningless. So are we really going to set up a system where our women service members are second-class citizens within our units and undermine the very trust and integrity of those units? No, we should not and will not, and I will stand against that. Number 2, we are suffering historic recruiting shortages in our military. And are we really going to send a message to our young women who want to stand up and serve our country and maybe give their lives that they can't access the same care as their male counterparts?
Gentleman's recognized.
Is that the message we want to send? No. You can't say you're for our national security and also support this measure, but more than anything else, this is a moral argument. I don't want to see yellow ribbons tied around trees. I don't want to see people thank people for their service. I don't want to see 10% discounts on coffee or meals. If you're willing to support a policy that undermines the morality of this country and the ability of our young men and women to get the care they need, and for our young service women in particular to be treated equally. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
The gentleman from Pennsylvania reserves. The gentleman from Alabama is now recognized.
I would like to make one correction, that this is a new policy. This was not existing policy. It was announced on October 20th against the advice of the congressional leadership and finalized on February 16th. They just didn't take existing policy and continue it. But with that, I would like to at this time recognize a great new freshman member, Representative Self of Texas, for 1 minute.
Gentleman's recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise. I agree with my colleagues across the aisle. You cannot choose your own facts, and this is a moral discussion. Abortion is not reproductive health. Abortion takes a life. There are 2 people involved in this issue, and one of them dies. This is not health care. This is not a political issue. It is a moral issue that our nation needs to grapple with. This motion must not pass. I yield back.
The gentleman from Alabama reserves. The gentleman from Pennsylvania is now recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I would now like to yield my 2 minutes to the gentlelady and former Speaker of the House from California, Ms. Pelosi.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the gentlewoman for yielding, and for her leadership on this issue. I want to commend the chair and ranking member of the Armed Services Committee for the legislation that came out of their committee, 58-1, the bipartisanship to protect and defend, which is the oath of office that we take, all of us, to serve in government. And also, though, to acknowledge that on the floor of this House, these poisonous resolutions came forward, were added to the bill, and I rise to move to instruct House conferees to honor our men and women in uniform by protecting their fundamental health freedom. I was listening with interest and prayerfully, frankly, to the previous speaker who decided that terminating a pregnancy is not a health issue. Well, for some people, it might be. Do you believe in the Hyde Amendment? I'm not a fan of the Hyde Amendment, but that is the law of the land. And under the Hyde Amendment, if there's rape, incest, or the life of the mother is at risk, then that changes the dynamic in terms of public policy. Now, suppose a family member has life of the mother at risk, or a child of a service member is a victim of violence and rape in the community. Would you want that person to have their health needs met? If they're in a state that says absolutely not, then their health needs, and then they would have to travel elsewhere, in keeping with the Hyde Amendment. So if you believe in the Hyde Amendment, which I don't subscribe to, but you do, many of you do, if you believe in that, how can you deprive the life of a mother, whether it's a servicewoman herself or the spouse of a service person or a child of a service member, the ability to seek the health that they need? The NDA has long been bipartisan. This year, House Republicans are now engaging in a
Gentlewoman's
version
time
that
has
would
expired.
restrict
30 more
service members
seconds.
receiving full reproductive rights. This is disrespectful. Shame on those who play political games with the courageous people who would give their lives to save ours. With that, I thank you for the time and yield back.
The gentleman from Pennsylvania reserves. And a reminder to all members, please direct your remarks at the chair. The gentleman from Alabama is now recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I share the sentiment of the most recent speaker. I think it is shameful that the DOD has been playing games with the troops in this country. At this time, I'd like to yield 1 minute to the gentlelady from Illinois, Ms. Miller.
The gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank Congressman Jackson for working tirelessly to stop Joe Biden from using our military to fund abortions and his woke agenda. Throughout this year, we fought to incorporate an amendment into the defense bill to protect the religious liberty of our service members and prevent the Biden Pentagon from funding abortions. The American people do not want the military paying for abortions. Biden's radical left-wing transformation of our military has created a recruitment and retention crisis, which puts our military readiness in crisis. I thank my colleagues in the House who have fought to keep our military from funding abortions. No taxpayer funds should ever be used to fund abortions, and I will continue to advocate for innocent life. As the saying goes, America is great because America is good. Abortion is evil, and we can never become advocates for killing innocent babies in the womb. Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentlelady reserves. The gentlewoman from Pennsylvania is now recognized.
Just a reminder that our President Biden knows personally what it means to support those in uniform and to keep the administration's promise to make sure that our servicemen and women are protected as they serve us all. Mr. Speaker, I would now like to yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Washington State, Mr. Smith, and ranking member of the Armed Services Committee.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Just a couple quick points. First of all, there's no legality issue here. This policy is clearly and unequivocally legal. As the quotes from the Hyde Amendment said earlier, the Hyde Amendment says that the government can't pay for an abortion or use their services for abortion. The travel policy does not do either one of those things. So there's nothing illegal, nothing unconstitutional. This is a policy choice, and we've heard some very passionate arguments on both sides about what that policy choice should be. But number one, let's put aside this ridiculous notion, this illegal, unconstitutional, ridiculous. No, this is a perfectly legal policy that on a policy ground you disagree with. Number two, in response to Chairman Rogers' comment about this being a new policy, it's not really a new policy in the following sense. It has always been the policy of the Department of Defense that if you cannot get the health care that you need where you're at, they will pay to take you to where you can. Now, prior to the Dobbs decision, that was not an issue when it came to reproductive services. The Dobbs decision changed that. The Biden administration didn't support the Dobbs decision and didn't make that happen. Once that happened, service members in many, many states were no longer able to get the reproductive health care that they needed or wanted where they were. So therefore, the travel policy that has been a long time existing policy then applied. It applied to service members seeking reproductive health care that couldn't get it in the state where they were. This is not a change in policy, and it's not illegal. It is a policy choice. And as a number of speakers have mentioned, it's an important policy choice on the very recruitment issue. It will be harder to recruit women if they are not protected. And I think the former speaker made an outstanding argument for why it is really important. Even if you don't believe in abortion, if you have a miscarriage, you need these services that you cannot get. This is crucial to recruitment. And the last point on this, we keep hearing about the military, is not popular anymore because of Biden's woke policies, which is ridiculous to the extent that the military has gone down in credibility.
Gentleman's time has expired.
15 seconds.
Gentleman's recognized.
It's because so many people are running around trashing our military, saying they're excessively woke. That our military is the best in the world. It's the best in the world today with those policies. And continuously undercutting and trashing our military as being weak and woke is hurting recruitment. I will grant you that. But it is completely wrong, as is Senator Tuberville's efforts to gut the military's ability to do its job because he disagrees with the policy. You know, we had a vote on it. President Biden got elected. He made his decision. Change the policy.
Gentleman's
Don't
time has
trash the
expired.
military. Thank you.
Gentleman from Pennsylvania reserves. Gentleman from Alabama is now recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This time I'd like to yield 2.5 minutes to a longtime champion of the unborn in America, Mr. Smith of New Jersey.
Gentleman is recognized.
I thank my good friend for yielding. Mr. Speaker, I rise in opposition to the motion to instruct. Let's be absolutely clear. Current federal DOD law already permits taxpayer funding of abortion in cases of rape, incest, and to save the life of the mother. But the Biden DOD abortion travel policy forces taxpayers to pay the transportation costs for military members and dependents to travel to procure an abortion for any reason whatsoever, right up until the moment of birth. Some states, like my state of New Jersey, and there are many others like it, like New York and California, have enacted extremist laws that legally sanction the killing of a baby for any reason whatsoever, right up until the moment of birth. The Biden policy has no limits on gestational age, so it facilitates aborting babies through all 9 months. There is nothing humane, Mr. Speaker, or benign about abortion. Abortion is not health care unless one construes the precious life of an unborn child analogous to a tumor, to be excised, or a disease, to be vanquished. Dr. Ronnie Jackson's House-passed amendment to the NDAA overturns the DOD abortion travel policy. Regrettably, the pro-abortion culture is truly a culture of denial, continues to deny, devalue, and disrespect unborn children, both boys and girls. We must recognize the breathtaking miracle of the newly created life of an unborn child and that women deserve better than abortion. We need to care for both. We need to love them both. I do believe, Mr. Speaker, that future generations will someday look back on us and wonder how and why a society that bragged about its commitment to human rights could have legally sanctioned and aggressively promoted child beheadings, because they do behead the child during the process of a dismemberment abortion, other dismemberment, abortion pills. How do they work? They literally starve the child to death. That's how they work. I work on global hunger and food insecurity issues in my district and throughout the country and world all the time. How does the abortion pill work? It starves the baby to death. Please, Mr. Speaker, I call on my colleagues, don't force taxpayers to facilitate abortion on demand. Yield back.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Pennsylvania is now recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I would now like to yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from California, Representative Garamendi.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you. I'm honored to stand here beside my women colleagues in support of this very important motion. As they have shared, we have an essential duty to protect the rights of our service members, their reproductive rights. We protect the decisions that they must be able to make about their own body. When service members volunteer, they know that they will be making sacrifices. They know that they will have to follow orders. They know that they'll have to take on hard missions and do whatever is necessary to defend our country. One thing they did not sign up for is to sacrifice their fundamental medical care and the fundamental rights to their own body. Access to medical care has a direct impact on military readiness. I'm very surprised to find that the very people that are claiming to care about our military's capability and readiness are pushing policies which will actively degrade our fighting forces. Denying access to medical care sends a loud and clear message to every woman in the military now and to every other woman that may want to join the military. That is, your reproductive rights will not be honored or will not even exist should you join the military. That's a message that will be sent to 18% of the women who make up our military today. And it will send the same message to every other woman that might want to join the military in the future. These policies that are in this bill will chase women away from what they want, that is to patriotically serve our country in the military. It's the wrong message. This particular instruction should pass this House if we care about the readiness of our military. I yield back.
The gentleman from Pennsylvania reserves. The gentleman from Alabama is now recognized.
Mr. Speaker, may I inquire as to how much time I have remaining?
Gentleman from Alabama has 18 minutes left remaining.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This time I'd like to yield 2.5 of those 18 minutes to an outstanding member of the Armed Services Committee, Mr. Fallon.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Mr. Speaker. So we've heard a lot of claims, some of them very hyperbolic, and some which I would just classify as drivel from some of the prior speakers. It's one thing to disagree, but we should at least be truthful. Okay, so let's look at the amendment itself, section 716, lines 9 through 14, and I quote, "The Department of Defense may not use any funds for abortions except where the life of the mother would be endangered if the fetus were carried to term or in a case where the pregnancy is the result of rape or incest." So let's be truthful, Mr. Speaker. At least we're making some progress. Some of the members, our friends across the aisle, have actually used the term woman instead of birthing person. So there's something that has been, I think, at least for me, given me some hope. The question before us is a simple one. Are we a rule of nation, a rule of law nation, or not? Secretary Austin, in his decision to pay service members to pursue abortions, is a clear violation of current law, the Hyde Amendment. We're hearing that necessary health care, is it necessary health care or is it an elective abortion? Because necessary health care, in the case of, let's say, rape, is already covered under the Hyde Amendment. And don't paint us with some wide brush to say that we want to take that right away. I would submit that many Republicans want to protect women that have been impregnated because of rape. That is absurd, and it really is very unfair. Is the DOD complying with federal law right now or not? And this policy doesn't. By prohibiting funding for this policy, the NDA is simply ensuring we maintain the protections that are already enshrined in current law. So again, it's one thing to disagree, but to make these hyperbolic, untrue claims doesn't serve the purposes of a spirited exchange of ideas or an honest debate. Secretary Austin, if you want to be honest, is playing politics. And if he would simply follow the law, 300 general and flag officers would get the promotions that they're due. The only person and people that are jeopardizing readiness are right now Secretary Austin and President Biden and his administration. Our bill puts an end to this nonsense once and for all. I support the amendment. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
The gentleman from Alabama reserves. The gentleman from Pennsylvania is now recognized.
Mr. Speaker, may I ask how much time we have remaining?
8 minutes left remaining.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I'd like now to yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from Massachusetts, Representative Moulton.
Gentleman is recognized.
I want to thank my colleague from Pennsylvania. My Republican colleagues often blame the military's current recruitment crisis on DEI initiatives. They say the military is becoming too woke and that it's driving away recruits. The only problem with that is that the survey data that we have actually says the exact opposite. It says that what recruits are concerned about is being welcomed into an organization that will accept who they are. With this anti-abortion policy, Republicans are effectively telling 50% of America and 20% of our current fighting force, you are not welcome here because of who you are. If you're a white guy, you're probably fine, but if you're a woman, sorry, you're a second-class citizen. You don't have the health care options that the rest of us have. It's no wonder that every branch except the Marine Corps is struggling to meet recruitment goals. Instead of seriously focusing on how we deter a war with China, we're having politically motivated debates in this chamber over a woman's private health care decisions. And what my Republican colleagues won't say is that the DOD's abortion travel policy does not even pay for this medical care. It doesn't even pay for it. It simply allows a woman who's put her life on the line for our country the necessary leave if she is stationed in a state where abortions are not available. I voted against the NDAA because it doesn't support our service members. It makes them political pawns. It's a slap in the face to every woman who serves or might consider it in the future. We need to treat women with the respect they deserve for serving our country. I yield back.
Gentlewoman from Pennsylvania reserves. The gentleman from Alabama is now recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. At this time, I'd like to yield 1 minute to the gentlelady from Indiana, Ms. Houchin.
The gentlelady is now recognized.
Thank you, Chairman Rogers. Thank you for yielding. Let me just start by saying killing a baby is not health care if it's done in an elective abortion. And clearly the Hyde Amendment gives exceptions for life of the mother, rape, and incest. So, Mr. Speaker, we shouldn't really have to be here talking about this issue today, but we are. The amendment we are speaking in support of today would repeal the Department of Defense's policy that facilitates elective abortion at taxpayer expense. Whether those funds are for travel or any other purpose related to abortion, they're illegal. Mr. Speaker, it seems pretty cut and dry to me and many of my colleagues. What the Department of the Defense is doing now is not in line with long-standing and current law according to the Hyde Amendment. While the administration might disagree with the Supreme Court's decision with respect to Dobbs, that does not give them the right to circumvent the law. Taxpayer funds should not be spent on elective abortion, period. Republicans are not the one polarizing this country, are injecting wokeness and politics into the institutions entrusted with our defense. It's quite the contrary. May I have more time?
I yield additional 30 seconds.
Recognized.
Republicans are not the one polarizing the country or injecting wokeness and politics into institutions entrusted with our defense. It's quite the contrary. What we're trying to do is strip those things out of the Department of Defense and return them to their sacred duty of defending the country. I voted in support of this amendment during the House consideration of the NDAA because it was the right thing to do. As the House just agreed to proceed in conference, I strongly encourage House conferees to advocate for its inclusion in the final product in conference. This is an issue about the rule of law, pushing back on the administration that has demonstrated its appetite to ignore it. I thank the chairman of the Armed Services Committee for his leadership as we head into conference. Thank you.
The gentleman from Alabama reserves. The gentlewoman from Pennsylvania is now recognized.
I'm prepared to close.
The gentlelady reserves.
Thank you. At this time, I'd like to yield 1 1/2 minutes to the gentleman from Missouri, a great member of the Armed Services Committee, Mr. Mark Alford.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today, I stand with my colleagues to oppose the motion to obstruct and to repeal facilitating abortions funded by the Department of Defense and, in effect, taxpayers. Following the Supreme Court's landmark Dobbs decision, the Biden administration sought ways to bypass the ruling. They have encouraged federal agencies to not only expand abortion access, but also to burden American taxpayers with the cost. Last October, the Secretary of Defense released a memo entitled Ensuring Access to Reproductive Health Care. Let's get something straight, Mr. Speaker. There is nothing reproductive about abortion. Abortion ends a life. It does not reproduce. This memo paves the way for taxpayer money to facilitate abortions for service members and their dependents. It even allows for the reimbursement of travel expenses for those seeking abortions in another state. Taxpayers' funds for the DOD are meant for national defense, not to further a pro-abortion agenda. Now, let me be clear, Mr. Speaker. We believe in the life-affirming care for the mother and the baby that God is growing inside of her. But we also believe that the government in no way, no shape, and no form should be paying to facilitate ending that life. I urge my colleagues to back this amendment, defeat the motion to obstruct, and let's save some lives. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman reserves. Gentlelady reserves. Gentleman from Alabama is now recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. At this time, I'd like to yield 1 minute to the gentlelady from Texas, Ms. Beth Van Dyne.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in opposition to this motion, though I will admit that it's very nice to hear my Democrat colleagues are finally concerned with military recruitment. I wish they were worried about military recruitment when they were voting to kick out of the military members who didn't want to get the jab, when they were voting to support the botched Afghanistan withdrawal that led to so many unnecessary deaths. They seem to have already changed the recruitment videos from "come be all you can be" to "come and get an abortion." How proud they must be. This is no more than a federal power grab, usurping state laws that were legally and constitutionally created by state legislators elected by a majority of voters from each state. This is a federal power grab by a party intent on forcing its radical political agenda down the throats of Americans who overwhelmingly don't want it. As President Biden and my colleagues on the other side of the aisle know, the Hyde Amendment, which President Biden supported for decades, explicitly prohibits federal dollars from being used for taxpayer-funded abortions. Nearly 60% of Americans agree that taxpayer dollars should not be used to fund abortions. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentleman reserve?
No, Mr. Speaker. I understand you're reserving.
I reserve.
Great. At this time, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to yield 2 minutes to the gentlelady from Colorado, Ms. Boebert.
The gentlelady from Colorado is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the chairman for yielding me this time. I rise to oppose the motion to instruct conferees to not include my colleague, Representative Ronnie Jackson's amendment in the fiscal year 24 NDAA. This policy is a gross misuse of taxpayer dollars to circumvent state laws and violates the decades-old bipartisan Hyde Amendment. It is clear that Joe Biden and Lloyd Austin's Department of Defense is more focused on appeasing the woke mob of pink hat-wearing feminists than focusing on keeping our nation safe. This is the same DOD that surrendered to the Taliban, costing the lives of 13 brave service members. This is the same DOD treating our military like a woke social experiment. And this is the same DOD the House will vote to fund later this week. The Department of Defense should be focused on readiness and lethality, not spending taxpayer dollars to kill the lives of innocent unborn babies. We're not going to give up on this cause that is righteous, and we're not going to stop fighting to give voice to the voiceless. Since Roe v. Wade in 1973, over 63 million lives have been lost to abortion. I personally have held a newborn baby born at 23 weeks old, 1 pound, 8 ounces. And I know that her life has just the same worth and value as any one of us standing here today. I want to thank my friend and colleague, Congressman Ronnie Jackson, for his leadership in restoring our military focus and protecting these precious unborn lives. I'm proud to stand with my colleagues in defense of these children, as well as with millions of Americans across our nation. I urge my colleagues to oppose this motion to instruct. And Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
Gentleman.
Mr. Speaker, I understand my colleague is ready to close. I have no further speakers. If you have none, I can close.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlelady is recognized.
I would like to reserve 30 seconds for myself.
The gentlelady is recognized for 30 seconds.
I would like very much, Mr. Speaker, if I could ask you to ask my colleagues to not presume to judge who I am. I stand here as a woman who has worn the uniform, who has given birth while wearing the uniform, to have assumptions about who I am or what I am, and to judge me or any of my other colleagues who have worn the uniform, to me is an offense, and I would ask that you advise them not to presume anything about me.
Gentlelady reserved. The gentleman from Alabama is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This time I'm prepared to close.
The gentleman is recognized.
This provision protects life and restores sanity to the Department of Defense. I urge all members to oppose the motion and yield back the balance of my time.
Mr. Speaker, a far-right minority in Congress has spent the last 9 months holding this process, this NDAA, hostage. Again, a reminder that this passed with overwhelming bipartisan support. They are struggling currently to even pass a rule for defense appropriations, let alone to pass the budget itself. They have gone through attacks on servicewomen, on LGBTQ service members, on immigrant service members, and so much more. And their allies in the Senate are risking our military readiness with asinine confirmation holds and ignoring the repeated request of our most senior military members to stop. Time and time again, they have used must-pass, historically bipartisan legislation such as the NDAA to force an extreme agenda on our service members and many others in our country. As an Air Force veteran, and as a proud military child who lived and served across this great country and in many other places outside of this country, I did so with the full protections of Roe v. Wade. And it not only saddens me, but it also pains me to think that we would give service women on orders not the full reproductive freedom and protections that I had when I was able to serve. So today, Mr. Speaker, I please urge my colleagues to choose to be on the side of our service members, military families, and all Americans who love and support them by supporting this motion to instruct. I yield back the balance of my time.
All time for debate has expired. Without objection, the previous question is ordered. The question is on the motion to instruct. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no.
Nays.
In the opinion of the chair, the nays have it.
I ask for the yeas and nays, please.
The yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring a vote by yeas and nays will rise. Sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question are postponed. Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the chair declares the House in recess subject to the call of the chair.
Proceedings will resume on questions previously postponed. Votes will be taken in the following order. The motion to instruct conferees on H.R. 2670 and the motion to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 1530 if ordered. And the first electronic vote will be conducted as a 15-minute vote. Pursuant to Clause 9 of Rule 20, remaining electronic votes will be conducted as 5-minute votes. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the question on the motion to instruct on H.R. 2670 offered by the gentlewoman from Pennsylvania, Ms. Houlihan, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. So the clerk will redesignate the motion.
Motion to instruct conferees offered by Ms. Houlihan of Pennsylvania.
The question is on the motion to instruct. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 15-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 205, the nays are 214. The motion is not adopted. Without objection, a motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the question on suspending the rules and passing H.R. 1530 as amended, which the clerk will now report by title.
Union Calendar Number 162, H.R. 1530, a bill to amend Title 38 United States Code to improve the requirement to publish disability benefit questionnaire forms of the Department of Veterans Affairs and for other purposes.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill as amended? So many as are in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative.
Mr. Speaker.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas?
Mr. Speaker, I ask for the yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays are requested, and those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Members will now record their votes by electronic device. This will be a 5-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 423, the nays are 0, 2/3 being in the affirmative. The rules are suspended. The bill is passed without objection. The motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Okay. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the question of suspending the rules and passing H.R. 3371, which the clerk will now report by title.
Union Calendar Number 160, H.R. 3371, a bill to direct the Secretary of the Interior to complete all actions necessary for certain land to be held in restricted fee status by the Oglala Sioux Tribe and the Cheyenne River Sioux Tribe and for other purposes.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill? So many as are in favor, please say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended and the bill is passed. And without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid upon the table. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the question of suspending the rules and passing H.R. 2872 as amended, which the clerk will report by title.
Union Calendar Number 161, H.R. 2872, a bill to amend the Permanent Electronic Duck Stamp Act of 2013 to allow states to issue electronic stamps under such act and for other purposes.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill? So many as are in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion is to reconsider is laid on the table. Without objection, the title is amended.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from New York seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I offer privileged resolution and ask for its immediate consideration.
The clerk will report the resolution.
House Resolution 705, resolved that William McFarland of the State of Maryland be and is hereby chosen Sergeant at Arms of the House of Representatives.
Without objection, the resolution is agreed to and the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Will the Sergeant of Arms designate please take the well? The chair will now swear in the Sergeant of Arms of the House. Do you solemnly swear that you will support and defend the Constitution of the United States against all enemies, foreign and domestic, that you will bear true faith and allegiance to the same, that you take this obligation freely without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion, and that you will well and faithfully discharge the duties of the office of which you are about to enter, so help you God? Congratulations.
Andrew looking to be.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that when the House adjourns today, it adjourns to meet at 9 a.m. tomorrow morning.
Without objection. The chair will now entertain requests for 1-minute speeches. For what purpose does the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition?
Address the House for 1 minute, advise and rescind my remark.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to honor Captain Eleanor LeBeau Cook. Mr. Speaker, the House is not in order. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor the Captain Eleanor LeBeau Cook. To friends and family, she was known as Ellie, the fifth of 8 children of David and Victoria LeBeau. She graduated from Althoff High School in 2012 before attending Murray State University in Kentucky. In 2018, she answered the call of service and joined the Marine Corps and becoming an Osprey pilot. It was in the Marines where she met her beloved husband, Chase. Ellie received the National Defense Service Medal, Global War on Terrorist Service Medal, and the Sea Service Deployment Ribbon. In March of this year, she was promoted to captain. 3 weeks ago, Ellie lost her life in a V-22B Osprey crash on training mission off the coast of Australia. 2 of her fellow Marines passed away as well. Her family and her home community in St. Clair County mourn her loss. So does countless other Southern Illinoisans. She was special. As her obituary noted, there was just something about Ellie. Our prayers go out to Chase and to the entire LeBeau family and the Cook families at this very difficult time. Semper Fidelis, Captain Eleanor LeBeau Cook, your impact on our nation will be remembered. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
Ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute. Extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to discuss the dangerous Republican budget cuts and how they will hurt American families, damage education, and threaten our communities. They would force Border Patrol agencies to fire 800 agents and make our country less secure. They would remove 40,000 teachers from classrooms and affect the education of 33.5 million students. They would deny 50,000 American workers the money they earned on the job, and they would take 4,000 law enforcement officers off our streets and make our neighborhoods less safe. In addition, these cuts would take food out of the mouths of millions of American children and seniors. If they do not get their way, Republicans will shut down the government and hurt more Americans, including our veterans. Clearly, this behavior does not represent a party working for the American people. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Georgia seek recognition?
Ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize Mobilize Recovery Across Georgia for their work during National Recovery Month. Mobilize Recovery Across Georgia is a traveling bus tour that is crossing the state of Georgia throughout the month of September to promote addiction recovery. From 2019 to 2021, drug overdose deaths in Georgia increased by 55.9%. Over 800,000 Georgians are living in long-term recovery from a substance use disorder. Georgia is simply a snapshot of a nationwide epidemic that affects countless lives, families, and communities each year. This engaging and uplifting bus tour is designed to bring together Georgia policymakers, local officials, and the 800,000 recovering Georgians. I'd like to thank Mobilize Recovery Across Georgia for bringing Georgians together to celebrating recovery and for educating them on what resources are available to them. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Ohio seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to officially welcome folks from the Warren County Chamber Alliance to the Capitol this week. I am so proud to represent these folks here in Congress and so glad that they are here in Washington these past few days. These leaders are incredible advocates for our Warren County businesses and residents. We've had a very productive time discussing our bipartisan policy work and how our office can help them and their work. They have these great projects, from road updates to high-speed internet expansion to updating water lines. We hope to have over $14 million coming back to Southwest Ohio in this budget, which, when passed, will help ensure that these projects are fully funded. Again, I am proud to officially recognize their visit to D.C. this week and look forward to continuing our work together. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from West Virginia seek recognition?
Seek to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Recently, I introduced my plan, House Resolution 3190, to crack down on Mexico for their failure to stop the flood of fentanyl across our border. The Mexican president continues to falsely state that fentanyl is not manufactured or consumed in his country, but the numbers do not lie. The DEA said in December that, quote, most of the fentanyl trafficked by the cartels is being mass-produced at secret factories in Mexico with chemicals sourced largely from China. There were 14,000 pounds of the drug seized last year at the southern border. Fentanyl continues to pour across our border because of the disastrous open border policies of President Biden. My plan will cut off U.S. taxpayer funding for economic aid to Mexico until President Biden certifies Mexico is working with the United States to secure its border and stop the inflow of fentanyl. Mexico should not be rewarded with U.S. taxpayer dollars while they're sending the fentanyl across the border. I call on my colleagues to join me in supporting this legislation to hold Mexico accountable. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, today I rise to speak on behalf of the many residents of Eastern North Carolina who've expressed their deep concerns to me about a government shutdown. I've listened, and many are tired of the division and chaos. Families across Eastern North Carolina and America deserve better than uncertainty and anxiety. Let us work together to prevent a government shutdown. And to the people of North Carolina's 1st Congressional District, do know that I remain committed to doing everything to work to avoid a shutdown. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Holman Rule is a rule in the House of Representatives that allows amendments to appropriations bills that reduce the salary of federal employees. It's a great mechanism for punishing federal employees and public servants who fail the American people. No greater failure do we have in this administration by allowing millions of illegal immigrants to pour over our southern and even northern borders. This mass illegal immigration, sometimes aided and abetted by the Biden administration, is an insult and a farce. From the language some of its opponents use, it seems as though it's being done out of pure spite. It's supposed to be the job of the Department of Homeland Security to prevent illegal immigration to this country and deport those who violate this nation's sovereignty. Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas has utterly failed this duty and stubbornly insists to Congress and Senate Republicans he's done nothing wrong. I disagree. Secretary Mayorkas has done much wrong. What's worse is that, in fact, he could argue the border situation would be better if he had simply done nothing. When you see welded open gates, when you see even the city of New York saying, please make it stop, and they start shoving people into the border states, you know you got a giant problem. So maybe Mayorkas' salary would be better off under the Holman Rule, adjusted down to $1 per year, because that's even too much.
Time is expired. For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute, and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I rise today to honor Alan Smith. Throughout his career, Alan faithfully served his community and played a key role in supporting his local library system. When I was in local government, I was fortunate enough to appoint Alan to our local library commission, the Contra Costa County Library Commission in the Bay Area. Through his decades of service with the Library Commission, he worked throughout the state of California, in addition to our community, conducting training sessions for library boards and commissions and advocating for our libraries. Alan also served as the president of the California Association of Library Trustees and Commissioners and represented Contra Costa County on the Bay Area Library Information Systems Advisory Board. Alan was recognized for his leadership and received the California Library Association's President's Award. As part of his service, Alan was a fierce advocate for legislative action to strengthen our nation's public libraries. Please join me in recognizing Alan Smith on his well-deserved retirement after 26 years of service to this nation's libraries. I yield back. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 9, 2023, the gentleman from Louisiana, Mr. Johnson, is recognized for 60 minutes as the designee of the Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on the subject of my special order.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, this week, House Republicans will pass a resolution condemning the actions of New Mexico Governor Michelle Lujan Grisham, a former member of this body. Late on a Friday night earlier this month, the governor took action to suspend open carry and concealed firearms in her state. Yeah, you heard that right. She claimed so-called emergency powers to combat a public health crisis, she said. And on a whim, she attempted to restrict the Second Amendment rights of every law-abiding New Mexico resident, the citizens of her state, the citizens of this country. Her action, of course, was overtly unconstitutional. It's functionally useless, and it will only divide Americans further. Someone with elementary level knowledge of the Constitution would, of course, know this. Fortunately, New Mexico residents and law enforcement openly defied her order, and it was panned by lawmakers across the country, even some of our Democrat colleagues in this body. Mr. Speaker, here's the interesting thing I wanted to note today. It's ironic that Attorney General Merrick Garland was here on the Hill and has been in our Judiciary Committee in an oversight hearing for the last several hours. He's America's top law enforcement officer and in charge, of course, of our top law enforcement agency, the Department of Justice. And one would think that this type of issue, this event in New Mexico, regardless of the politics, you know, that is something the DOJ might intervene in. But they haven't. Now, by principle, of course, we're conservatives, and we believe in less federal government intervention. The less the federal government is involved in state affairs, the better overall. But this is not the case. In this situation, the issue here is the DOJ's selective application of justice and its clear targeting of red states for passing laws that its duly elected representatives voted for. Think about this. A few examples. In 2021, the DOJ sued the state of Georgia for passing election integrity reform. That suit failed, and Georgia had record voter turnout just a year later. Months later, the DOJ sued the state of Texas over laws, your state, Mr. Speaker, passed to protect unborn children. And the Supreme Court refused to intervene, and statistics show that abortions in Texas have plummeted, thankfully, as a result. Earlier this year, the DOJ sued the state of Tennessee for a ban on child sex change procedures. The Sixth Circuit Court of Appeals rejected the suit, and now it's state law. The DOJ, Attorney General Garland in particular, has displayed a penchant for filing public lawsuits against red states for passing conservative policy through their democratically elected legislature. And they do so with weak charges based on unconstitutional arguments in cases they know they cannot win, but that's not the point. They have politicized the DOJ. So here's the big question. Given those examples and the trend of this Department of Justice, why hasn't Merrick Garland hosted a press conference or announced a federal lawsuit into the state of New Mexico for arbitrarily suspending the constitutional rights of its citizens? I'll tell you why. It's no secret. It's because New Mexico's action serves the Biden administration's stated political goals. The DOJ will sue red states for passing conservative policy while turning a blind eye to Democrat governors who unilaterally curtail constitutional rights. They'll put grandmothers behind bars for protesting abortion, but refuse to prosecute violent offenders who actually attack the pro-life pregnancy centers. They'll prosecute President Trump for allegedly mishandling classified documents, but they give President Biden a complete pass for even worse infractions. When we say that the DOJ has been weaponized, this is exactly what we're talking about, and this is what the American people see. Mr. Speaker, today the House Judiciary Committee, as I mentioned, asked Attorney General Garland about these questions and many more. 65% of the American people right now have no faith in the Department of Justice. It's because of his leadership. He has eroded the rule of law. He has destroyed public trust in an essential American institution. I used my time this morning. I was the first questioner on our side in the judiciary, and I asked the Attorney General about the DOJ's Hunter Biden investigation. This is a big question on the minds of my constituents and most of ours around the country. I asked him plainly. I said, quote, "Have you had personal contact with anyone at FBI headquarters about the Hunter Biden investigation?" You know what his answer was? He said, "I don't recollect the answer to that question." Really? Okay, so let me get this straight, I told him. The Attorney General of the United States cannot remember if he discussed an FBI investigation into the son of the sitting president of the United States? That's your testimony under oath? Yep, yes it is, he said. It's extraordinary. Mr. Speaker, frankly, we didn't expect full transparency today from this Attorney General. He and his top DOJ lieutenants have shown us, they've demonstrated over and over that they hold no regard for the rule of law and really are just acting as political hatchet men protecting their boss, President Biden. The Attorney General was clearly unwilling or unable to provide the essential answers that we needed today, and we will continue to press for them. That's our job. That's our constitutional duty on judiciary to provide oversight over the DOJ. Mr. Speaker, we have a great lineup of members here to speak this afternoon on some very important topics to the country, and I'm delighted to yield next to my friend from the great state of New Jersey, Dr. Van Drew. I'm going to do it here.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank Congressman Johnson for his leadership. Mr. Johnson is focused. He is an individual who is bringing this whole body forward, and I look forward to working with him continually on these issues. You know, there's a saying, we all know it, the truth shall set you free. The accusations made against the Bidens more than require an investigation. These accusations have painted a picture of corruption, bribery, and shameful behavior unbecoming of our executive branch. Let's talk about them a little bit. Bank records obtained by the Oversight Committee reveal almost $20 million in payments directed to Biden's associates and family. These aren't Republican talking points. These aren't Jeff Van Drew talking points. This is the reality that we've already found. Over 150 transactions involving the Bidens have been flagged as, quote, suspicious activity. And that's not only by the banks, but also the Treasury Department. President Biden himself participated in phone calls with his son Hunter. It's a fact. Effectively acting as the merchandise that was being sold by his son Hunter, who was the salesman. And they closed deals, and we want to know what they're about. Calls that led to the funneling of millions of dollars to Hunter and other Biden family members and Hunter's associates. The list goes on and on and on. I'm only touching the surface. This is more. This is more than enough to garner the extra powers granted from an impeachment inquiry. Our goal is to get to the truth. As I said in the beginning of this conversation, the truth shall set you free. If there's nothing for them to worry about, they should welcome an impeachment inquiry. They should welcome producing the records. They should be welcoming producing the statements. It's just the truth that we want. Our duty, we have a mission, a duty, and a responsibility. Our duty is to restore the American people's faith in our institutions. Our mission is to reaffirm that no one person, no one group is ever above the law in the United States of America. This inquiry will move forward with full transparency and steadfast resolve, If there's nothing here to hide, there's nothing here to worry about. But if the allegations are confirmed, there will be and needs to be justice. Thank you, and I yield back.
Thank you, my friend. You're exactly right, and we had no choice but to proceed to the impeachment inquiry phase because that's where the evidence has led us, as you noted. And we have a responsibility. I mean, Article 2, Section 4 of the Constitution says very clearly that a president shall be removed from office on impeachment for and conviction of treason, bribery, high crimes, and misdemeanors. We have credible allegations of a number of those infractions. Bribery is one of them, high crimes and misdemeanors, and we have mounds of evidence now stacking up to support those allegations. So we do not have a choice under the Constitution but to proceed accordingly. And that's what we'll do. We'll do our constitutional duty. Mr. Speaker, I'm happy to yield next to my good friend, the gentleman from Utah, Super Bowl champion, Mr. Owens.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and my good friend from Louisiana. Today I rise in strong support of H.R. 684, the resolution condemning Governor Michelle Lujan Grisham's unconstitutional actions violating New Mexicans' Second Amendment rights. The Second Amendment is not an optional legal provision that bureaucrats can toss aside at their whim. It's a fundamental principle to ensure that every law-abiding citizen has God-granted rights to protect themselves, their families, their property, and their liberties. Growing up in the Deep South, I witnessed how black codes and Jim Crow laws unjustly restricted minority communities from owning firearms. In the mid-1950s, Martin Luther King Jr. kept firearms for self-protection, but his application for a concealed weapons permit was denied because of the racist gun control laws in his state. Gun control laws proposed by Democrats and state legislations, Congress and the White House aggressively erode our basic constitutional rights. As it was in the civil rights era, the black community has seen this movie before. As Democrats abridge our rights to self-protection, they legislate away the common sense tools for black Americans to protect themselves. As they push defund the police and soft on crime policies, it is the urban black community that suffers. We're now experiencing all-time highs in homicide, robberies, car thefts, physical assaults, and destruction of black-owned businesses. The House Republicans will never waver in our commitment to defending the rights of all law-abiding citizens, regardless of race, creed, color, or zip code. We will continue to fight to safeguard America's inalienable rights to life, liberty, and pursuit of happiness. It is an honor to lend my support to this House resolution, and I pledge to continue to champion the second right amendments to all Americans. Thank you, my friend, Representative Johnson, for bringing us together for this purpose. Thank you.
Thank you. That's well said. And if time permitted today, I'm sure we'd have every Republican in the conference come to the floor and speak to the same issue because it's so outrageous that you have this trampling upon some of our most fundamental freedoms, the Second Amendment, of course, being among them. Mr. Speaker, I'm happy to yield next to the gentlelady from Texas, a former mayor from down there, Ms. Van Dyne.
Thank you very much. I rise today to discuss the Biden family business of selling out America. Here's just a sliver of what we know. The Biden family and associates received nearly $20 million in payments funneled through shell companies. They were paid by Russia, China, Kazakhstan, Ukraine, and Lord knows who else. Joe Biden lied about his family receiving over $1 million in payments from China through an associate. Hunter put Joe on the phone at least 20 times in business meetings with foreign nationals. Hunter Biden's business associates visited the White House at least 80 times while Joe Biden was vice president. There were more than 150 bank transactions involving the Biden family that U.S. banks flagged as suspicious. Not only was Joe Biden involved with Hunter's clients and flying Hunter around the world on Air Force Two to generate more business, but it's also apparent that Joe was using his office as vice president to manipulate U.S. policy. We see that with Ukraine, Burisma, and the firing of the prosecutor. Unraveling the mountain of Biden's lies, his shell companies, and Joe's actions as vice president is part of what we're going to be going on in these hearings and the impeachment inquiry. If you're going to sell out America, this is what it looks like. I yield back.
Thank you, my friend. As well said. Mr. Speaker, I am happy to yield next to the gentleman from California, Mr. LaMoffa.
Thank you, my colleague from Louisiana, Mr. Johnson, once again. So here we are. After nearly 9 months of investigations into the Biden family's influence peddling schemes, this body has uncovered mounting credible evidence of corruption. Evidence has come to light through numerous committee hearings, whistleblower testimony, and interviews, document discovery, and rigorous congressional oversight. Despite the false claims of left-wing media outlets such as CNN and MSNBC, there is in fact evidence of influence peddling and corruption. Under the IRS whistleblower testimony, 2 IRS agents testified under oath that Joe Biden was present at least one meeting with Hunter Biden's foreign clients. Agent Joseph Ziegler, formerly known as Whistleblower X, testified that he was handcuffed and hamstrung throughout the IRS's 5-year investigation of Hunter Biden and was ultimately stopped from moving forward in the manner that he believed to be appropriate for the offenses committed. Over $17 million were sent to Hunter Biden from companies operating in authoritarian, oppressive nations. The IRS whistleblowers also alleged that the DOJ would not let them pursue Joe Biden or any connections that would lead to him. They allege a campaign of delay, divulge, deny surrounded their requests to pursue leads that led to Joe Biden. This allegation has been confirmed by a former FBI SSA. The special counsel was appointed to obstruct congressional investigations and inquiries behind the curtain of an ongoing investigation. The testimony of the IRS whistleblowers has been corroborated by the testimony of the FBI SSA and 2 additional colleagues that claim that they were fired from the investigation by order of Attorney Weiss. Devin Archer's testimony to the House committee is that Joe Biden is a brand. Archer alleges members of the Biden family used Joe Biden's position as vice president to sell power and access to interested parties. VP Biden would protect oligarchs from competent legal probes and investigation into foreign countries such as Ukraine. Hunter or another family member would be paid money, and then Joe would meet with the interested party in Washington, D.C. A quick summary: an oligarch pays money to Hunter Biden's company or associate, which then is paid to Hunter, and a portion of then goes to the big guy, his father. In the Shokin investigation in 2015, Hunter was pressured by Burisma to call D.C. to get help in removing Ukrainian prosecutor Viktor Shokin. Shokin was indeed later fired, and video evidence has surfaced of Joe Biden bragging about getting him fired in order for foreign aid dollars to flow to the Ukrainian government. Right on tape. Joe Biden and his family received $17 million from contacts in foreign countries, according to IRS documents. What was being done in exchange for this money? The National Archives have confirmed that Joe Biden also used pseudonyms when communicating with Hunter and his business associates from official government emails, including the Office of the Vice President. So you have DOJ misconduct confirmed by the FBI SSA, and the leadership of the DOJ, specifically Merrick Garland, prevented investigators from doing their jobs as best as he could. The FBI D.C. office tipped off the Secret Service of an interview with Hunter Biden that was being planned. FBI headquarters also tipped them off of a planned search of Hunter's residence, which gave time and forewarning for any incriminating evidence to be removed. No ordinary American would ever expect to receive such preferential treatment if they were accused of the crimes that Hunter and Joe have been. What they can normally expect is a 4 a.m. knock on the door or battering ram for even lesser crimes. Investigators were not allowed to ask about the big guy. Bank records show over 170 suspicious activity reports filed by banks on the Biden family financial transactions. This means banks believe that over 170 separate financial transactions in Biden family bank accounts were linked to bribery, money laundering, or other serious financial crimes. An FBI informant documented conversations that indicated to them that Joe pressured foreign companies to send millions to the family business. The claims from Democrats and their media allies that the impeachment inquiry was opened without evidence are not only false, but also illogical. Inquiries exist for the purpose of uncovering evidence. An impeachment inquiry at its heart is an investigation to whether an impeachable offense has been committed. It's not the whole scope of impeachment. It gives the ability to do further investigation. Where there's smoke, you'll probably find fire. There's evidence from whistleblowers and former associates that Joe Biden was intimately involved in Hunter's corrupt business dealings. This is an impeachable offense. Allegations that since his conduct allegedly only happened when Joe was VP and not while president, thus mean that an impeachment is not possible. That is false. Impeachment conduct includes high crimes, bribery, or other misdemeanors that occurred while the accused was in a previous federal office. Joe Biden has lied about his connections to his son's corrupt business dealings for years. Now, we're not supposed to take impeachment lightly around here. Indeed, it's been abused the last few years a couple of times, but House Republicans are going to go through a process, due process, and find real evidence. So the conclusion is that despite the desperate claims of the partisan media and their Democrat allies, there's indeed mounting evidence that President Joe Biden was involved in his family's influence-selling scheme and intimately involved in Hunter Biden's corruption. An impeachment inquiry will help House Republicans get to the bottom of this, and I hope Democrats will be interested as well. And then determine whether or not there is proof of these crimes. If there indeed is, then President Biden has committed impeachable offenses. Again, impeachment not to be taken lightly, not to be just thrown around for political purpose, but utilized. And this impeachment inquiry is a very important ability for Congress to answer the questions that many, many American people are asking about the obvious corruption that is coming forward thanks to whistleblowers and others that are bringing this evidence to the front. So with that, let's proceed. Let's do this properly. I thank my colleague, and I yield back.
Thank you, my friend. It's very well said. And look, let's hasten to say we take no pleasure in this. There's a lot of big challenges that the country needs to fix. We don't want to spend time and resources investigating the president, impeaching a president. Next to declaring war, that's the heaviest power that we have in the House of Representatives. But Article 1 of the Constitution does give us, quote, the sole power of impeachment here. And so we have no choice in the matter. Given the evidence, given the allegations, we have to pursue it. And we will. And we're often asked, why is the House majority, why are the House Republicans spending so much time investigating? If we had not done these investigations, we wouldn't have all of this evidence. Why? It goes back to the theme of what I was saying earlier. Because the Department of Justice is simply not doing its job. Under normal circumstances, the DOJ would be investigating all these allegations of corruption, but they simply look the other way. As I noted earlier, Attorney General Garland, who's just now leaving the Judiciary Committee, has been here all day. He's abused his department to pursue political agendas. He's sued conservative states over their local policies. He's raided the home of President Biden's main political opponent. His department is obstructing at the same time the Hunter Biden investigation and impeding the House's impeachment inquiry into President Biden. What are we to do? We were home on the August district work period, and I was doing town halls in my district in Louisiana, and I'm telling you, at every venue, the number one question everybody has is, when will there be accountability? I mentioned earlier that 65% of Americans now have no faith. They don't trust the Department of Justice. We're losing faith in our institutions because the people do not see accountability. They don't see a fair system of justice. They see a two-tiered system of justice. And it's frightening. You cannot maintain a constitutional republic if the people do not trust the system of justice. They don't believe it's fair. They don't believe that they're going to get a fair shake, that every American, regardless of who they are going to have equal justice under law. That's the threat right now. There's nothing more serious than that. And so we will pursue the truth, and we will follow it wherever it leads. And we'll try to return that accountability to the people. Mr. Speaker, I will end the special order hour here and yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. Members are reminded to refrain from engaging in personalities toward the President. Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 9th, 2023, the gentlewoman from Washington, Ms. Jayapal, is recognized for 60 minutes as a designee of the Minority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask for unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and submit extraneous material into the record.
Without objection.
Across the country, Mr. Speaker, we have seen workers standing up to corporate greed and fighting for better rights on the job, good benefits, and fair wages. Today, our Congressional Progressive Caucus Special Order Hour is devoted to this topic and to our solidarity with striking workers at UAW plants across the country. This week, the United Auto Workers authorized a strike. And as a long-term organizer myself and as the chair of our 103-member strong Congressional Progressive Caucus, a caucus that has been at the center of championing labor issues, I am proud to stand in solidarity with the nearly 150,000 United Auto Workers across the country. Let me start today by saying thank you to all the workers who have had the courage to organize, the courage to use their collective power to stand up for better pay, cost of living adjustments, increased job security, and many other critical benefits that they deserve to live with dignity. Unionization is fundamentally about workplace democracy, about the engagement and the priorities of workers, your benefits, your hours, your pay, your priorities. Nobody tells you what those are except the workers themselves. UAW workers are showing us what it means to have collective power, to stand together, and to demand better. Over the last decade, CEOs at the big three automakers have seen their salaries skyrocket by 40%, and these companies have made close to $250 billion in profits over the last decade. Let me just say that again, $250 billion in profit for these three automakers, while workers in the auto manufacturing industry have actually seen their wages drop by more than 20% when adjusted for inflation. Just listen to these numbers. At Ford, the CEO makes 281 times that wage of the median worker. At General Motors, the ratio is 362 to 1. And at Stellantis, which makes Chrysler, Jeep, and Ram, the ratio is 365 to 1. And do these CEOs work hundreds of times harder than their lowest paid workers? The answer is there's nothing at these companies without the workers. There would be no profits without these workers. Why is it that they cannot share in the profits in an equitable way? It is workers who have built the successes of these companies and led them to these record profits. And yet these same workers have reported being forced to work 12-hour shifts for 90 days straight without a single day off. That is just unconscionable. And it is unacceptable for these CEOs to be raking in multi-million-dollar salaries while their workers are forced to strike for the pay raises and the benefits they should be entitled to. UAW has been clear about their demands for months. We are in this situation because the big three automakers, their CEOs, have refused to even come to the table in meeting workers' demands halfway. These companies need to come to the bargaining table in good faith. They cannot expect workers to continue working unreasonable hours without job security to make cars that they cannot even buy. In spite of the failure of the big three to grant workers' demands, the unionization movement is not slowing down. When their contract expired on Thursday, September 14th, UAW President Shawn Fain announced initial strikes at 3 plants that include nearly 13,000 workers. Still awaiting a fair contract, a new strike deadline of this Friday, September 22nd, at noon has been announced if Ford, General Motors, or Stellantis haven't made progress towards a new agreement. Many of these CEOs frame UAW's demands as unreasonable. But let me be clear about something. Labor costs only make up about 5% of the cost of a vehicle that goes into a vehicle. These companies could raise worker wages to the levels they're asking without raising costs to consumers, and they could still rake in billions of profits. Let's not forget that during the recession, who stepped up and sacrificed? These companies actually got billions of dollars in taxpayer bailouts, and auto workers were the ones who took life-changing cuts to benefits and wages just to keep the industry alive, because they cared about that industry. For the big three, this is a huge opportunity to lead and to repay the American taxpayers and the auto workers who made the sacrifices to keep those companies afloat. These big corporations should be standing with instead of against the very workers who built their companies from the bottom up. And any management that says otherwise does not understand what workplace democracy means. It is clear that President Biden understands what's at stake. He just recently said, and it's quite unprecedented for a president to say this, and this is a quote, "The big three should go further to ensure record corporate profits mean record contracts for the UAW." We agree. House Democrats and the Congressional Progressive Caucus understand this too. That's why we in the House have passed multiple times the PRO Act, despite it dying in the Senate because of a Jim Crow legacy filibuster. And that's why we're bringing manufacturing union jobs to America in every corner of this country. Unions keep our economy strong. They protect our workers. The power to come together and organize is so important, and it is a right that I will always defend in Congress. So as workers at UAW and other unions across the country push for fair pay and better benefits, we at the Congressional Progressive Caucus, we in the Democratic Caucus, will be standing with you in solidarity today, tomorrow, and forever. It is now my great honor to yield time to Representative Grace Meng from New York, who has been a champion of labor issues and of justice in general.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to stand in solidarity and speak in support of our auto workers who are currently on strike. Working men and women are the backbone of this nation, and their desire for job security, fair wages, and to simply be treated fairly is something that every working individual deserves. During the 2008 Great Financial Crisis, these workers sacrificed pay and benefits during a time of desperation to help keep their companies afloat. And now, long after these corporations have bounced back, they are making record profits that they refuse to share with their own workers. That is unacceptable and wrong. These workers have ensured that key industries that make our country run stay functioning. And in return for the billions that they have generated, all they want are wages and benefits commensurate with their company's success. That seems fair to me. I am proud to stand alongside the thousands of auto workers that this contract covers, and I hope an agreement is reached soon. I yield back.
Thank you, Representative Meng. It's now my great honor to yield to a member of the Congressional Progressive Caucus Executive Board, a representative from Michigan who has really been on the front lines of this fight, who has been telling us for months that we need to pay attention to this, and who has been fighting at every turn for workers. Representative Debbie Dingell.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise today to stand in solidarity with our UAW workers. I have seen many negotiations in my lifetime, but these are the most important I have ever witnessed and am likely to in my career. The industry is at a crossroads, and quite frankly, the domestic auto industry's future is at stake. We must manufacture electric vehicles here in America to stay at the forefront of innovation and technology in the world. We're competing in a global marketplace, and these workers are critical to it. They are the backbone of the American economy. This is not a talking point moment. This is where the rubber is meeting the road. Too many people are trying to make this an either or about you can protect the environment or you can protect the worker, but you can't do both. We can and must do both. There are a lot of important issues on the table right now, but let's talk about the auto workers. This industry was near bankruptcy in 2008 and 2009. And quite frankly, because of poor management decisions. But nobody wanted to see the auto industry go bankrupt. So the workers stepped up and said, we will give up our cost of living adjustment to help save this industry. In reality, though, it's 2023, and those workers, their wages in real terms are 10% less than what they were making in 2008 and 2009. They just want their wages to keep up with inflation. Workers need to be able to support their families. People really, I talk to these workers. I'm in their halls. I'm not just going because suddenly there's a strike. I'm in a union hall every single weekend. These workers are working overtime shifts just to support their families. It's not fair that someone is a temporary worker for 8 to 10 years and they're not making benefits. It's not right that someone's on the line and doing the exact same job somebody else is making and being paid less because they're a different tier. Everybody in our country benefits when our workers are paid well and paid their value. Auto workers deserve a decent wage and benefits, and by the way, when they do well, it raises all people's wages. We cannot forget that there are many things that we enjoy today, like a 40-hour workday, benefits, sick days, pensions, nurse-to-patient ratio, teacher-to-student ratio, all are safe working conditions. They were negotiated by a union so that we would all benefit. And now I want a competitive auto industry. I am not going to let China or any other country outbeat us. I'm going to work hard for a competitive auto industry. But we need to make sure, as the industry goes through this transition, that we are protecting the workers, that their livelihoods are safe, and they are not left behind. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
Thank you, Representative Dingell. Before you leave, if you would just engage in a colloquy with me just for a couple minutes. I know you've been on the picket lines with workers. You've talked to striking workers. Can you tell us some of what you're hearing about what people have been giving up, just in terms of their own security, their own ability to take care of their families?
Well, as I said to you, some of the workers, like they were telling me in the halls this weekend how much overtime they have been working just to keep up. But there have been chemical spills that are happening in non-union plants or plants that we've got to talk to the occupation health and safety people about what is happening. There are people that are worried about, there really are workers that have been temporary. So they're getting paid, but they're not getting any benefits. So there are a lot of issues. And by the way, they don't want to see the companies destroyed. Right. They know that their jobs, they need a competitive auto company so their jobs are safe. So what they want is just to be paid a fair wage for the work that they're doing.
Thank you so much again for your leadership, and thank you for sharing that. I think it's really important to remember that these are the workers that actually help save the auto industry by giving up defined benefit pension plans, by giving up salary increases, wage increases, benefit increases at that very time when we needed them to, because they care so much about making sure that we have a competitive auto industry. And I know that that has been everything that you've worked for as well, so thank you so much. Next, I'd like to yield time to the wonderful gentlelady from Illinois, Delia Ramirez, who is also on our executive board for the Congressional Progressive Caucus, also has been a champion for workers and for justice throughout her career, and we're just so delighted that she's now here in Congress to do that work. Representative Ramirez.
Thank you, Chairwoman. Today, earlier in committee, we were talking about economy and we were talking about numbers. And so I want to continue the conversation on numbers. Approximately $25 million. That's the amount reported that was earned by Stellantis CEO in 2022. a 77% increase over the former CEO's salary in 2019. Nearly $21 million, the reported earnings of Ford CEO, and that was up 21% from the salary of the former CEO in 2019. Approximately $30 million, the paycheck of General Motors CEO, an increase of 34% compared to 2019. Not long ago, a CEO defended their paycheck by saying, and I quote, 92% of my raise is based on the performance of the company. You see, I too believe that when a company does great financially, the ones who worked to make it a reality should see the fruits of their efforts. So when we say that a record high salary raise is due to the record high performance of a company, we should ask ourselves, how was that performance made possible? And the truth is that there's only one answer. The answer is that nearly 150,000 United Auto Workers who are out on the streets today urging these companies for parity are the reason for this performance. And they're urging their companies for their earned benefits. They're urging their companies for stronger protection and a place in the industry's future, the clean energy economy. Mr. Speaker, as the proud daughter of hardworking immigrant parents who work long hours of minimum wage jobs, my mother is still today a home care worker. They did this just to put food on our table, a roof over our heads, and keep the lights on. It is my honor to stand here in full support of UAW workers and every single worker fighting for their future. Workers, they are the backbone of our middle class and our economy. And we know that when they thrive, we all thrive. Time and time again, workers are demonstrating to us that the power we hold when we come together to bargain for better wages, benefits, and working conditions is a benefit for all of us. And I know that we will succeed again. So today, I stand with auto workers in their fight to secure the contract that they deserve. It is time that we give our auto workers the parity and support they need and they've already earned. Know that in me, you will always find someone who stands ready to protect and support all workers' right to fair wages, safe and dignified working conditions, universal health care, and democracy in the workplace. It's what the Congressional Progressive Caucus stands for. It is what I stand for, and it is why I'm so honored to be able to speak today in Special Order Hour. I yield back to Chairwoman.
Thank you so much, Representative Ramirez. And now it's my great honor to yield time to a colleague who serves on the Education and Labor Committee with me, has been, again, at the forefront of championing labor issues, and is from the great state of California, Representative Mark DeSaulnier.
Thank you, Madam Chair of the Caucus. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I want to stand in solidarity with my colleagues and the 150,000 members of the United Auto Workers fighting for fair pay and safer working conditions. In high cost of living areas like the area I represent in the Bay Area, cost of living adjustments are necessary to ensure that workers have a livable standard in their community with their job. Over the past decade, the big three automakers almost doubled their profits, much of it with the help from the United States government. These profits totaled $250 billion. The CEO pay increased almost 40% just in the last 4 years. Unfortunately, pay for the workers hasn't come nearer to following suit. Though the strikes are currently ongoing in 3 states, their outcome will have impacts on and provide benefits to the quality of life for auto workers across the country. As a member of both the House Committee on Transportation and Infrastructure and the Committee on Education and Labor, I am especially aware of the implications these negotiations will have on the electric vehicle transition. As a former union member myself, I believe we need to ensure strong labor protections for this new and fast-growing industry, which provides a historic opportunity to both support workers and provide for a just and sustainable economic transition. I thank the UAW members for their sacrifice and their commitment. I thank them nationwide for standing up for what is right, and what is right not just for their members, but for the future of this country. And I yield back.
Thank you, Representative DeSaulnier. Now it's a great privilege to yield time to the ranking member of the Small Business Committee and a member of the Congressional Progressive Caucus Executive Board, somebody who has truly seen around the world the plight of workers and the need for justice. Representative Nydia Velázquez from New York.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Speaker, I rise today in solidarity with UA members across the country fighting for a fair contract. As we stand here today, over 12,000 auto workers are striking in Michigan, Missouri, and Ohio. Over 100,000 UAW stand ready to do what is necessary to secure better wages, benefits, and working conditions. Their priorities are not extreme. In the past decade, the big three automakers made an astronomical $250 billion in profits. During that same time, CEO pay at these companies has increased 40%, while workers' wages have increased only 6%. These record profits were built on the back of workers. Today, UAW members are demanding that they receive their fair share of this record windfall. This is not extreme. It is what these workers are entitled to. The big three automakers must recognize this and negotiate with UAW in good faith to resolve this standoff with justice and fairness. Thank you, and I yield back.
Thank you, Representative Velázquez. I wanted to take a minute, just in case anybody who's out there listening has been interested in the concept of strikes. I think it's important to say that striking is not an inherently bad or inherently good thing. It is not a failure of our systems. In fact, it is a tool that is used to rebalance power between employers and workers. Employers don't have any right to pay unsustainable wages. They don't have any right to put forward unsustainable benefits. They don't have a right to keep families unstable by filling their workforce with workers that they just name as temporary, even though sometimes they've worked for 8 or 10 years. They don't have any right to put the burden of a worker's retirement on families or on governments, particularly when so many of these auto workers have spent generations working for these companies and building these companies. Employers have no such rights. Striking is actually the noble way that workers can reset the power dynamic so that they and their families can get what they deserve. And they make the decision to strike very, very soberly. If you listen to many of the auto workers that are on the picket lines today, they talk about how they have been saving, preparing for this moment. They've been not going to movies. They've been not spending on things that they might otherwise spend on, because they know that in striking, what they're doing is fighting not only for their wages and benefits and working conditions, they're actually fighting for the wages, the benefits, and the working conditions of generations of workers to come. Perhaps even their sons, their daughters, their children, their grandchildren, to be able to have good jobs. And I think that's a really important thing to think about, because for us, our job, I think, is, as the community of those workers, to support that decision, especially when inequality is hurting our society so badly. And here in Congress, I think our job as members of Congress is to make sure that we strengthen the right to collectively bargain and to organize, to make sure that workers have that power to work with management. In many parts of the world, it is not an adversarial relationship. And it is not an adversarial relationship because both management and workers understand that a company can do better when management supports workers, when workers are paid well. And of course, by the way, when workers' wages go up, they spend more. When they spend more, their communities do better, their businesses do better, everyone does better. But the tragedy of the last many decades, really accompanied by policy that has forced these changes, is that trickle-down economics doesn't work. What actually happens in trickle-down economics is a few people at the very top get rich and everybody else loses out. That is why we have the highest inequality in our country in half a century. It is why not just income inequality, but wealth inequality is at its highest. It is why in the wealthiest country in the world, we have 130 million people who are poor and low wage. And so when workers are striking, it is a reflection, a consequence of bad policy choices that have not furthered the goal of equity and equality and fairness. And it is also a rebalancing of power. I was interested, as I was thinking about this special order hour, that I looked up how many strikes we have seen recently. And just since the beginning of this year, there have been 247 strikes so far that involve 341,000 workers. And when you look at what's happened out of some of the big contracts that we've seen, from the port contracts to the graduate students and the research students in my home state of Washington, the UPS workers, what you're finally seeing with the collective bargaining is the ability to move wages in the right directions. And of course, if that doesn't happen, then the tool of a strike is always on the table as a way to force people to listen to the demands of workers. I think today, as we think about the situation that we're in, everybody understands how important the auto industry is to us in this country. We all understand that we have competition from other countries around the world, and that the way that we are going to make sure that we keep our industry strong is to bring back manufacturing to the United States. That is exactly what Democrats and President Biden have been pushing for with the bipartisan infrastructure bill, with the Inflation Reduction Act, with all of the bills that we have passed with the Chips and Manufacturing Act, the Chips and Science Act. The reality is that we are trying to bring back jobs to the United States and to make sure that they are good union jobs. Unfortunately, there are people who are cynically using the UAW strike to try to say that they stand up for workers, like our former president. He's saying that he's going to go to Michigan. He's going to suddenly appear to speak to the auto workers. And I would just remind anybody who's watching that under the former president, we lost hundreds of thousands of jobs that were offshored. We didn't make the American economy more competitive. We didn't bring back good union jobs. In fact, my colleagues across the aisle have opposed us almost unanimously. We have some Republicans who have stuck with us on the PRO Act to advance collective bargaining. We have tried to move forward increases to the minimum wage. We have done all of the things on the Democratic side with very little, if no, Republican support, depending on the bill, to make sure that we are strengthening the middle class and the bottom, creating a bottom-up and middle-out economy that benefits all of us. Nobody's against people earning profits, but what is wrong is to earn those profits at the cost of the workers who actually make those profits for you. That is wrong. And that's why we are so proud to stand in solidarity with the auto workers, with the United Auto Workers. We thank the President, Sean Fain, for his strength of negotiating and for his clarity of vision, for his moral call, for everybody to do better. Because when everybody does better, everybody does better. When only a few people at the very top do better, everyone suffers. And so, Mr. Speaker, I hope that the striking auto workers across the country know that the Congressional Progressive Caucus, that Democrats, House Democrats, stand with them in this very difficult time. And we promise that we will continue to protect workers, to protect collective bargaining, to expand collective bargaining, and to make sure that workers everywhere enjoy the rights and the dignity that they deserve. And with that, we have no further speakers, so I now move that the House adjourn.
The question is on the motion to adjourn. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. Accordingly, the House stands adjourned until 9 a.m. tomorrow for morning, 9 a.m. tomorrow